Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the third Rob Roy revival. This is in its third year, and it's even better than the last 2 years, of course. But the idea came about 4 years ago. Several members of the MG Car Club went to the Rob Roy revival in England, the Goodwood revival, which is a circuit, of course. Now, we couldn't have a circuit. We got the use of Rob Roy Hill Climb, so they said, well, why don't we have the Rob Roy revival? And that's how it all began. So the weather's going to be really good, of course, and you can see there's about 90 entries. A lot of very interesting and older cars and very quick cars at that as well. So if you go through the pits, you can sort of have a good look at all the competing cars that are over there at the moment. And the weather's going to be really great. It was a little bit wet yesterday, they tell me, but looks like we're going to be blessed with good weather, hopefully. Won't be very warm, but still won't be any rain, so we'll see how we go. That was Louise Raper and one of the cars of the Raper family. But as I say, there's some fantastic cars here. There's old side valve Ford cars, quite a few of those, and other very old cars. Some go back a long way into the 20s and 30s, some into the 60s. And a bit later, as you saw the GT Falcons, they sort of tear up this track. They're very, very quick, very spectacular. A lot of wheel spin and smoke. And that's what they like to do in the right situation when they can do it here, because they can legally do it here. So the guys from the MG Falcon Car Club are having a ball. So it's probably good to see all these Falcons, GT Falcons, and other cars. Not only GT Falcons, of course, but it's good to see a lot of other cars here competing. So if you want to have a wander through the pits, you'll see a lot of cars you've probably never seen before. Some cars have come interstate. So, and you wouldn't get a chance to see them. Very, very quick, and the car's very light, of course. I can hear a lot of noise here. This is I've never seen this car before. Good morning, Phil. How are you going? Good to see you.
Yeah, thank you, Gary. It's really good to be here. It's looking like turning into a wonderful, wonderful day, as we've got car 25 out on the start line there when I find my little place in the program. That being Paul Doherty in the Hartwig Dodge Special. Paul gets the car off the line, powers on up the hill, wrangling the car through turn one. Doing a great job as he heads across the causeway. Pops up out of the loop there. Hits the brakes, flicks it to the left around the little bus stop, wrangling the steering wheel quite hard. A little bit of tail out as he came out of there. Heads it on up towards the top of the hill. And across the finish he comes with a time of 33.2 something. Can't quite see the last digit. 30. Excellent. I've been pointed in the right direction. 33.25 on that run for Paul Doherty in the Hartwig Dodge Special. Car 34 on the line there now is Philip Gray in the Ford V8 Special. Gets rid of a lot of that nasty tyre smoke off the wheels as he leaves the start line. Pokes the car up into that long right-hander. Drops it down across the causeway. Bit of movement from the car there through the gully. Pops it up out of there onto the brakes. Bit of smoke coming out of the vehicle as he heads it on through the bus stop and powers it on up towards the top of the hill. Here he comes across the finish line with a 32.71 for Philip Gray. Now the car on the line, Gary, do you know anything about this car?
I don't. I think it's an MG, of course, pre-war MG. It might be a VA, I think. I'm not sure. I'm not very familiar with the pre-war MG, I have to say. I'm not that old, but the car's probably older than what I am. But lovely old car, though, just the same, yeah. I don't know.
So he gets underway. and heads on up the hill. Good bit slower than the previous runner, as you might expect. This car being a road car from back in the day. Damien Smye in the MGA SA Saloon. Just Gary, I'm looking across the start line here, and there's a beautiful old T-model Ford pulling up over underneath the tea trees over there. How would you like going for a ride in that?
I think it'd be quite good. Not at speed, of course, with the spindly wheels, and he probably hasn't got any front brakes on it. But that's how they were in their day. But it would be fun to go for a ride, I think. Yeah, it would be, Phil. I would knock it back. No, it's good fun.
Now the Allard Special sitting on the, well, it's not a special, but it's an Allard. Car 41, Graham Smith in the Allard. J2 makes his way off the start line and powers on up the hill.
On top of the world, bud.
On top of the world. Top of the world's just a little bit higher. The hill.
I got a couple of great things we're going to auction.
Just see what we're... So the Allard making its way towards the top of the hill now, across the finish line, and pops up with a 33.57 for Graham Smith and the Allard J2. Coming back, we had a bit of an interruption there, but Christine Crombie just heading across the finish line there. She was busy last weekend at Mount Lura. She's a 43.04, so Christine Crombie a 43.04 on the start line is the Triumph 1954 Triumph TR2 of David Orchard. Bit of a seasoned campaigner in the TR2. The cars were produced from 53 to 55, and there was around about 8,500 of these produced in that time. David pedalling his way on up the hill. Wheels that are round the right-hander, drops down through the causeway, climbs the pit and heads it up and into the bus stop. Flicks it to the left, nice and smooth through there. Powers it on out of the bus stop and heads on towards the top of the hill around that slight left-hander and crosses the finish line with a 34.8.
Well, I'll come back when I'm told you need me. How's that?
So car 40, the 1963 Alexander MG Midget Mark 1 of David Norris powers on up the hill. David and Ruth Norris have owned this car since 2018 and regularly compete in hill climbing regularities. Has a modified 1310cc power plant in it. And he heads across the finish line with a 34.09. And Pryor about to leave the start line in his 1961 MGA Sebring Coupe. Sebring 12-hour in 1961. This car won its class and came 14th overall, completing 175 laps. As he heads on up into the bus stop, flicks it to the left, wrangles it around to the right, and then back to the left again. A bit slow coming out of there. Car appears to be travelling a little slow. He continues his way towards the top of the hill, having a good look at it as he makes his way up and across the finish line with a 42.35. The next car off the start line is Owen Crombie in his 1960 Austin Healey Bug-Eye Sprite Mark 1. A popular little car, the Sprite. That smiling face on the front of the car as he bops through the gully there, heads on up into the bus stop, flicks to the left, nice and smooth through there. Plenty of attitude on the car from Owen as he works his way towards the top of the hill and crosses the finish line with a 36.45. The Porsche heading on its way up the hill, and I can see that we've got quite a few more T-model Fords just across the way from the start line here, all lined up. As Mike Dorr brings in his Mark 1 Bug Eye Sprite. He's owned this car since 1964. Now, the cars originally came out with a 998cc engine, but Mike has got a 1330 A-Series engine and a close ratio gearbox in this car. Its first competition event was at Rob Roy in 1965. And he is an active member of the Austin Healey Sprite Drivers Club since 1967. So Mike Dorr closes the door on the Sprite. He's set, ready to rock and roll, make his way towards the top of the hill. Plenty of things going on here this weekend at the Rob Roy Revival. Plenty of things to go and see in the pits, and we've got all sorts of other bits and pieces down there. You take a walk down on the lower part of the track. Plenty of things to see. Plenty of people to talk to as Mike Dorr makes his way up the hill. About to get into the bus stop, nice and quick through there. Didn't see him bump any of the noodles. We've got some noodles in the bus stop area there. And if they hit that, they incur a penalty. He's crossed the finish line with a 35.46. Warren Reid on the start line in his Austin A30 Girano Special. Gets off the line very well indeed. Makes his way around that long right-hander. First split looks like about the 12-second mark, 12.76. 7.5, I think it was. As he, big lock up there as he brakes for heading into the bus stop. Car wiggling a bit as he came out of there, but he got through there quite quickly. And the 33.03 with a 78 kilometres an hour across the finish.
How's it going, mate? How's it all work? They're going in pretty good order, aren't they? Yeah, they are. Program, I haven't seen a program, but he's going to get me one.
Yeah, well, I'm sort of using that to
Where'd you get this one?
Away goes John Hardy in his Alpine A110. It was introduced in 1963. A 1.1 litre engine producing around about 51 horsepower. They did have a variety of engines produced over the years, or used. This 1967 example has an engine capacity of 1596cc. And he crossed the finish line with a 34.2. Greg Snape in the Zephyr Ford Special next up. So Greg gets the Zephyr Special off the start line, built originally by Eldred Norman in South Australia, and competed in the 1955 Australian Grand Prix at Port Wakefield. So car number 8 on the start line has a Repco Holden, but we're waiting for Greg Snape to cross the finish line, which he now does at 31.76. So he's getting into it a bit. Makes his way towards the top of the hill. And Jeffrey Walsh in the Pratt Holden Sports. First at Mount Tarragara class in 2023 with a time of 32.69 on the chicane course. as he whips through the dip onto the brakes for the bus stop. Wrangles the car through there, nice and smooth, and powers on his way up towards the top of the hill. And crosses the finish line with a 33.45. So he's well off his time from last year, but it's early in the day.
Just under the windscreen, if you like. Okay, and see him on a rally one day, come out that long,
Car 89 on track, Andrew Clayton in the MG Holden TC Special. First split was a 12.69 seconds. As he continues to make his way towards the top of the hill. And crosses the finish line now with a 35.39. I'm just going to hand over to Ron Simmons. Ron Simmons, good to see you here today.
Yeah, thanks, Phil. As I say, it's good to see anybody these days, but what a great event. Fantastic to see. I couldn't get up here yesterday. Had some other things happening, so very impressed with what I could see this morning with all the marquees up and everyone else doing a great job. The MG Car Club, Alan Farley greeted me as we came in the gate, and they're all having a lovely time. So here we are. We've got some lovely cars on the line. This is the, not the Nala Holden, because that's certainly not a Nala Holden. Let us have a look. We turn our page. Oh, we've missed a couple there. That was Andrew Clayton. So, don't know the number on this particular car, but he's away anyhow. Might be in the Collinggrove class. I'm not sure just who that was, but maybe we could get a number on that car a bit later on that would help proceedings, no doubt. Anyway, next car coming up, always a lovely car. This is the old Vopar. What a wonderful motor car this car is. Built by Jack French down in Phillip Island, and has the Crossflow Repco headed motor on it. And the Reed boys have been driving this car for quite a long time. Okay, Fiat Holden Special, that one, yes, thanks very much. Okay, so next car is 150, and it's one of the Reed brothers. This car was driven very, very successfully by Barry Stylo from Benalla. Barry, of course, was the original designer of the Winton racetrack. So a lot of history in this particular car. And Nick McDonald actually drove this car at Phillip Island a couple of weeks back when his car broke down, and the Reed boys said, we better have a go at this car, because that's the car that normally gives Nick a lot of hurry up in the Repco. The way he goes, nicely off the line. And he's got away pretty smartly there, so I'm not sure, in my memory, that they've ever been here before. So that's a fantastic effort to get off the line as quick as that. The Nala Holden coming up, yes. So the David Reed was in the Vopar, and he's still heading up the track. They're going through the chicane today, so it makes it a little bit slower. Let's see, his time should be around a 31.58 for David Reed. A nice time. Now, the Nala Holden's coming up now. Just okay, so getting himself all sorted out there. Car 77. Car 77 is Alan Barella. Oh, Alan Barella. Goodness, that's a name from way back. So, car 77, Manala Holden Speedster. I don't remember this car being here, certainly not in recent times. Oh, the old Holden motor got a bit loaded up there, I feel. Should have given plenty revs. And away he goes anyway, so it's a bit of a bad start for him. And coughing and carrying on. So, car 1 is come up on the line. This is Bill Bentley in the 1960 Elfin Streamliner, the Ford motor. Some of these cars had the little Ford side valve type motor. Then they went to later on motors and got, what CCs is he running here? 1172. So could be a slightly later sort of a Ford Anglia motor, that style of thing. But what a great design Gary Cooper came up with that Elford Streamliner, a bit like the like the Lotus cars, but very Australian. Actually running Ford 10 type wheels, so that may be just a little Ford 10 motor, I reckon. Yeah. Now, here's a car I haven't seen before. Car number 4 is Paul Ewins in the Bolwin with a Hillman Imp motor. Now that's sort of like a scaled down Bolwell, isn't it? What a great looking motor car. Little Bathurst style mag wheels on it. And the Bolwell company, of course, built various types of motor cars right up to the current sort of Bolwell you can actually buy, brand new. But the Nagari, of course, was the very popular car over the years. But Hillman Imp motors, of course, very successful motor to modify, starting usually about 998 cc's, about there. And they could get these cars, particularly in Europe. In the UK, the Hillman Imp was actually the touring car championship car, driven by Roger Nathan. Roger Nathan was a well-known race driver of the day, and he had Hillman Imps, the Nathan, Costin Nathan, all sorts of lovely cars, but the Hillman Imp motor, very light motor, little 998 cc's. Started out life as a pump engine. Oh yes, plenty of revs there. We had a few Hillman Imps race here in Australia, of course. Norm Beachy, Jim Gowan, all those sort of McGowan. They drove the factory-entered Hillman Imp, the black one, which was around for a while. Car 11, a good number. Number 11 coming up. This is Max Scott in an Elfin BMC type motor. So this will be like an MGA engine, I would say. It's got the MGA twin cam style wheels on it. Very smart. How beautiful that car looks. Should be a pretty quick car, this one. So these are running about a 1600 cc and it's supercharged. Supercharging these little motors was pretty successful in the day. Remember Peter Manton had a couple of blown MG specials. Now we're out of time for 39.83 for the Bolwell. Oh, it's really sounding the go, Matt Scott with his Elfin BMC. Another one of the Elfin cars coming up. That's a beautiful design, just absolutely timeless design for the era. Car 85, and we look down over the page. We go there, 8485 is Colin Sullivan, another MG engined Elfin Streamliner. This time he's running yes, a 1600cc motor as well. So great motor car. It's got the VHRR badge on the windscreen, I see. Be quite a contingent of VHRR members here today, I should imagine. Nicely away too. I Nice to be able to watch on the screen the cars coming around the track. Courtesy of our TV crew that are on board here. They're doing a lovely job pushing buttons, turning this and turning that. So they look like they know what they're doing. Anyway, through the chicane he goes. Very nice. Oh, a little bit sideways, a bit of a wriggle, a couple of bites of the cherry there. And yet another Elfin rocks up to the line. This is car number 95, Daniel Jeffries, another BMC engine car, 998cc. So this is your sort of your Morris Minor, Austin Healy Sprite style of engine. And across the line for a 37.49 for the Colin Sullivan car. So this is a non-supercharged car, I take it, because he's not indicating anything there. I see Dick O'Keefe not entered here. He had a slight accident down at Phillip Island, so Dick O'Keefe's car, of course, is a supercharged 998cc car. They're called the Proton, which looks similar to those cars, but not running today. So here's a very old car 88. This is Paul O'Connor with the Lotus Mark 6 Climax. Now, this is not far from when the Lotus cars got going. Colin Chapman, renowned, of course, for everything having been light, like every car to be as light as possible. Some of his Formula One drivers weren't that keen on it, but anyway, he had very light motor cars, and this was a great success getting these cars. They became road registered. Initially, he made them as little racing cars, of course. Little Ford 10 motors, and away he goes off the line. So, yes, Paul's car's running 1100cc motors. So some of them had the Climax motors in those cars originally. So, not all the big CC cars. The Alton Special is coming up here. This is the Mead cars, is 162, Alan Mead. The Ellerton BMC, 1380cc, so she's a bought out like 1275cc BMC engine of some sort. Alan's a very tall guy, so you see he's had to add a little bit to the roll bar. Some shorter drivers owned this car in the previous times. And it's a pretty quick little car, this thing too. He's kind of sitting on the car, he's not sort of in it, if you know what I mean. Anyway, this will be a pretty quick time. Alan knows the track pretty well. A bit of a Mini driver from years back as well. Came to buy a Mini or two from me over the years. Oh, very long first gear. Fantastic gear for the first few metres of the track. Disappears out of our sight, but we'll go over to the TV screen. Up over through the causeway he goes, round the left-hander there. Comes up to the chicane, all very smartly through there. Ticks it up on the curb a little bit. Curb on the left-hand side as well. Gets himself over into the dirt a bit, pulls it round to the left again. Goes over the line for a time of 31.92. Here's an old mate of mine. This is Rick Scott. Now, Rick's been around BMC-style engines for many, many years, worked for BMC. You see the whole Scott family involved with this. A little Notice Stang runs a 1275cc engine in the back and 1293 a day. So he certainly knows how to get a mini engine together, that's for sure. Built up some of the very quick racing engines of the day with like people like Richard Knight and those sort of people. Manton, he had a lot to do with Peter Manton over the years. So he's up and gone. Up and through the chicane he comes. Hasn't been here for a while as our Rick. So take it nice and easy through there. Just got his licence back after not having worried about having a race licence for many years. So he'll be just having a bit of a poke around the place to see where everything goes. Over the line for a time, 42.47. Now here's a car, we don't see too many of these in Australia. This is a Mexico Escort, built to replicate the Escorts they made for the Mexico Rally. And you can go and buy one in the showroom. Looks a bit like that. Car number 3 was Gary Bashford, Ford Escort Mexican, 1600 cc's. Not sure if they were twin cab. They might be just normally aspirated because they were a car you could buy just off the showroom. There's a car come up to my heart, the old Alfa Romeo Giulia Super, car 26, which is belonging to Peter Fowler. So it is Peter Fowler from Shepparton. And Peter, of course, had a bit to do with the Alfa Romeos as well, because the late Brian Thompson, who Peter did a lot of work for, ran Alfa Romeos. He was an Alfa Romeo dealer, which I was associated with, of course, with MW Motors. So Peter has not seen him in this car before. That's something new to me, but Brian and he managed to get Alfa Romeos going pretty well. Alphas, along with Graham Ritter, drove with Brian Thompson in the Alfa 1750s. Oh, plenty power. Typical Peter Fowler sounding engine, isn't it?
Brian Thompson gone.
Yeah, passed away. Brian passed away a month or so back, maybe a bit longer. Yes, surely missed, that's for sure. So let's have a look at Peter up through the chicane. These cars are very, very good for long distance races. The Alfa Romeo motor, pretty handy engine and those sort of things. And he got the line for 40.16. 40.16 for Peter Fowler and the Alfa Romeo Giulia Super. Another one of the racy escorts, car 54. And that looks like that might belong to Colin Spender. It's a twin cam, so there's a twin cam model. You can buy a twin cam or a normally aspirated motor, but the twin cams, generally the Lotus cars were a bit lighter and tricked up a little bit more. Sounding the business too, really got off the line very smartly. And we should see a split time for him somewhere there. A split of 14 seconds. So that's pretty quick. Comes up around the sweep, up towards the chicane. Through the chicane he goes. Probably, well, it could be second gear. Some cars might get back to first gear on the chicane today. And he heads off up towards the finishing line. Now, a very quick little car on the line here. This is 66 John Doughty in the little Mini Cooper S. Car 66 should be running about a 1275 motor. A standard bore, so they say. Not too many standard bore ones around today, but anyway, saw a lovely photograph of this car going through the chicane yesterday with typically the back wheel off the deck. Wow, that's about the longest first gear I've ever seen a Mini go up here. Nearly up to the first corner in first gear, man. That was a long gear, especially geared up, I'd say, for hill climbing. Up the chicane, tuck a wheel up, tips the wheel up, another one there, round he goes, nicely through the chicane. Pretty quick there. This is going to be a time in the 32s, around about there, I'd say. Yeah, 32.54. Well, that's a nice time. Now, I don't think I've seen Mr. Brown here before with his car. This should be David Brown. David Brown from the famous Brown and Davis roll bar people. He's put a few roll bars in my car over the years. David's been one of the quicker of the cars in the historic touring cars. He's often up the front of the crowd. Here we go. He's up through the sweep. I don't know that David's been here before. I might be wrong on that. I've not seen him run here before. But no, he's had a couple of bites of the cherry up through there. So he'll get that sorted out by the end of the day as he goes up towards the finishing line. And David Brown is going through for 33.50. 33.50 for David Brown in that very quick little Datsun. Car 99 on the line now. This is one of the little escorts. No, sorry, Cortina. That's Liam Reid in the Ford Cortina Mark 1 GT, 1598cc, so a fairly standard size engine. He moved away pretty quick. What's his split time? I didn't get the split, about a 15, I think it was. So they keep coming thick and fast. Up through the chicane he goes, heads up into the sun. A bit daunting going up into the sun there, but getting it in your eyes. Through the finish line for 34.52. 34.52 for Liam Reid. Very pretty little MGB GT. Now this car is car 22, which is being driven by, we'll have a look at that in a moment. Might be a late entry. I don't have him there. Okay, so I'll get that on and it'll come up on the screen in just a moment. So car 22, our good mate Ian Brown had a car looking very much like this too, didn't he? Ian Brown, of course, now living up in Violet Town. I met up with Ian the other day. So he had a quick one of these, exactly like that car. It's Graham Ruby, that's who it is. Yeah, it is Graham Ruby, we thought it might have been. So he might have been a late entry because he's not on the program, but up and over the top he goes. He's going pretty quick. 11-second split, but that's not going too slowly. Big V8 power pulling him up through the hill, up to the chicane he goes. Left, then right. Just about get dizzy going through there. Up, oh, ticks a wheel up in the air as well. Up towards the finishing line he goes. So Graham Ruby going through for a 31.78. So they're coming down into the 30s. Okay, a bit of fire and brimstone on the line now. Car number 50, this will be Robin Bailey in one of the quickest MGB GT V8s around town, believe me. This is a very quick car. I've not seen it here before. I did see a bit of a video of it having a practice run yesterday, and it sure gets off the line pretty smartly. And Robin runs his car at Sandown and all sorts of other places and really is up the pointy end of the sort of racing he's involved with. So have a look at this one, 32.10 the last car, 14. Away it goes. Really sounding the piece, doesn't it, as it gets away off the line very smartly indeed. And he had a 11-second split, so anyone with 11 seconds is in the low 30s as they get up to the line. So up through the chicane to go. Oh, nice line through there. He took it really well. Up through a big car to get through. Up to the finish line he goes. Pushing pretty hard. This has been a 30.41. 30.41 for Robin Bailey. A good time. Here's one of our old stages on the line. This is Vic Spiteri from V&A Spiteri, the Jaguar specialist. Vic's been running this car for quite a while. 68. Runs it in all sorts of regularity. Has been doing quite well in regularity events as well. So if you've got a Jaguar and you need some assistance with your car, Vic's the man to see. Just enjoys his motor cars. He's got a couple of other C-type Jags and replica-type cars. So away he goes off the line, very smartly away. Listen to that Jag just roar up the hill. Big six-cylinder twin-cam motor really doing its work as he gets over through the top with 11.7 split seconds. So So Vic really pushing the old Jag up, down through he goes. Probably the big Jag might pull it through in second gear there, I reckon, but a bit slower through there. Up he goes towards the finishing line. And Vic's Materi's time will be a 33.62. Here's a car that Gary Ball knows all about. This is Gary's car on the line. This is his mate, and our mate, I guess, Murray Harper, having a drive. And you've got the car looking absolutely fantastic.
It is, Ron. Murray does a really good job. He has it all spick and span for the event. He's very good, very good.
Okay, good man to have on board with polishing cloth. And he knows a bit about how to fix cars up as well. Gosh, I go right back when he restored a nice little MG midget that I had years and years ago, but he's been around the traps, away he goes. Beautiful gear change. Usually a fairly slow change in those boxes, but he got a nice go there, and he's a split second with a 12, so he's going all right. And this is the long nose Jagger D-type, isn't it? Yeah, so it's got the longer nose. Up through to the chicane he goes. Little Murray, not tall-sided guy. He's kind of, oh, nice a bit sideways there, a little bit into the dirt. Oh, they'd have to get the cloth out now to polish that up again. Anyway, down over the finishing line, 34.84. 34.84 for Morris Harper. We call him Murray.
Murray had the car at the not Phillip Island, Albert Park, Ron, and he won his second event. He came in turn 13 and a bit too much power, and he spun it onto the grass, and of course, and he picked first gear straight away, and away he went, and the crowd thought it was fantastic.
Oh, well, I would like to have seen that. Any video?
No, I haven't seen any video, Ron. I'd like to see it myself, yeah.
Oh, well, I did hear, I wasn't going to say that, but I did hear that he had a bit of a loop-de-loop, but anyway. So the little Datsun just got off the line there, the 240Z. Don't they sound fantastic? Big six-cylinder motor. Michael Hill, been around a couple of times. His split of 12.51. And he enjoys his hill climbing as well. So he's up towards the chicane. He's gone through there already. They're getting up there pretty quickly in these cars. So it's a split time of 32 exactly. 32 seconds. So they're all in the 32s, this last group. Now here's a car. Look at that. The Bolwell Nagari, number 124. And that is John Hartney in the Bolwell Ford Nagari. 5 litres. 5 litre. I think these came with the big Ford V8 motor, of course. And they actually can go and get... wait, he gets off the line. You can actually go and get warranty from a Ford dealer for the motor and that sort of thing on these cars. So away he goes, sounding beautiful. We might have a few Nagaris here today. That's good to see. The other Nagari's up towards the chicane. Little tab of the brakes through there, nice and smooth. Puts the foot to the metal. Oh, nice little sideways action there as he heads up towards the finish line. And that's John Hartney in the Bolwell, 36.47. Here's a good Chinese lucky number, 888, as it is on the line. This is the car. I'll get him, and Ken Williams in the Bolwell, 4,950 cc's. So beautifully presented car in the sort of wattle yellow, I suppose that would be. Had a friend of mine that actually painted a car on the outside at the shed in that colour, in the bright wattle yellow that car is, and he had trouble keeping the bees away from it. On the outside, the bees were attracted to the colour. Anyway, so he's off the line. He's well and truly up the circuit now, up through the causeway he goes. Yeah, it's going along nicely. Took a big wide line there, gets well away from the curbs. Through the line for 35.10. Now here's a local Wangaratta man. This is Max Pelgrim. Max lives a bit out of town, but he's a lovely property out there. And car 15 is the car. He's had this one for a little while. Don't they look magnificent? Style a bit like the 250 Mazda or Ferraris of the day. The car 15 is the Gemini Ford Mark II Formula Junior. Formula Junior was a category that they had running many, many years ago. Some running Fiat motors, Stagwalinis. Plenty revs. Yes, not unlike a Stagwalini, which were Fiat engine cars. So great to see. Now, I think Max has had a bit of a hiccup up the top there. Not going so well. Don't know what happened there, but poor old Max missed a gear or did something, but he's only trundling over the line. If he gets there, hasn't quite got there yet. Don't know what happened there, but he had many revs off the line, maybe too many revs. Here's one of our junior members. This is a junior member of the VHRR. This is Abby Wingate. Abby's been running this car for a while. Had an unfortunate accident some time ago at Winton when Graham Raper drove over the top of the car. So Abby's been driving that car for a little while now. It's one of Bill Hemming's Elfin cars. Okay, and Abby Wingate with a 31.91. Good time for Abby. Now, Formula Ford on the line. Car 18, sorry. 18 is Bill Atherton. No, that's not right. Maybe we'll wait till that car comes up on the screen. But certainly a Formula Ford. Thank you.
That's just an announcement. They're running a raffle down there, so I thought during the day if you get a pin,
Yeah.
lost moment, you just say
Right.
they're running it.
Okay, Lyndon Arnell in the Lola Ford T440. He's been running that car for a little while, and Lyndon, of course, been around the traps for a long time. A 29.47 for Lyndon Arnell. A famous car on the line now. This is the ex-Lex Davison Cooper Vincent. And what a wonderful car this is. Graham North been driving this car now for a while. Car 46. Rod North driving the car today. The Cooper Irving 1000cc supercharged. Fantastic engine. Visor down, ready to go. At the original circuit, of course, it's a winning car, Hill Climb Championship winning car, so it's a fantastic effort to get that car running here today. Graham Noonan owned the car for a while, but he's retired, and the North family took the car back again. They had it once before, so they're enjoying that car now. So he's up the line, went through the chicane with a 32.42. 32.42 for Ray North. Now here's a famous car. A lot of people might remember Eddie Thomas. Eddie Thomas Speed Shops. Well, this is one of the first cars that Eddie built. Now, he didn't actually run the car himself, but he drove it around the streets and that sort of stuff. Anyway, oh, a bit of wheel wobble there. Right hand front wheel wobbling like mad. Oh no, I saw it there. So Matt Van's been driving that Eddie Thomas Formula 500 for quite some time. Getting it quicker and quicker every day. And it's 37.10. Now this is the Vulcans. What's he calling himself today? 188. Mark Atkinson, of course, in the Falkenberg Jinx, built by Mr. Falkenberg many, many years ago. Owned at one stage before young Mark got it was Paul Schilling. Paul Schilling still blowing as much smoke as when Paul had it, but going a bit quicker, I can assure you. Very quick indeed. And Mark's been enjoying getting that car going and having a bit of fun. So he should be in the low 30s, I would have thought, as he gets up through the chicane. Still plenty of smoke. Oh, lots of smoke, in fact. I think he might have, like Max Pilgrim, just run out of half. Too many revs maybe again. Don't think he's got to the finish line. A lot of smoke. No, he has stopped somewhere. Oh, we can see him through the trees, turning round. Maybe coming back the wrong way, I don't know. I think we might need a rescue car to go and pick him up. Well, we've got a bit of a break there. We'll just might make mention about the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia. They've got a raffle, including win a hot lap with JB. So John Bow will be here a bit later on. Well, he might be here now, but I haven't seen him. So lots of lovely prizes there. A fastback hot lap experience worth about $400. A Visa voucher for $350. Racer Industries voucher from the Blanchard family, $300. So quite a lot of prizes there to get. So if you go along, and they've got a tent down there somewhere.
Yeah, we're just straight across near the 71 Felt.
Okay, just over near where the cars are lining up. First tent on the rank there, I think. So that'll be good to see. Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia. And they've got some little armbands and some little pins, things like that to have. Oh, I get Margaret to pin my pin on, are they? Oh, they got one of them. Okay. All right, little 185 is a Formula V. 185 is John Dean in the Alpha Formula V. Little 1200cc engine. Can't see what's happening with Mark's car. Is he off the track yet? Oh no, they're pushing and shoving. Oh, he's coming down the track the wrong way. Now that's quite an experience if you've ever had the effort to come down Rob Roy the wrong way. You'll just realise how steep it is.
I have a friend that won Bathurst Hill climb.
Oh, yes. Oh, it's a shame that Mark didn't get to the finish line, but no doubt there'll be, what do we call this group? The push-a-lot group. So there's a lot of pushing going on with those cars to get them right. How to win and influence friends very quickly. They come along to give you a hand. I'll give you a hand. Oh, no more. So, all right, so now we've got, as I said, the little Formula V. So many people started in life racing cars with a Formula V. It was a really good category to get into. Gave you the effect of driving an open-wheeler car. 60 years, Phil's just telling me. There he goes. No fuss or bother. Remember Jim Hutton and those sort of guys driving those cars as though there was no tomorrow. A good class to be in. Very cheap to run. As cheap as motorsport is anyway. Up through the chicane he goes. Nice lines through there. Not much torque in a 1200cc Volkswagen motor, but he's putting it to good use. Another car going a bit slow near the finish. What's going on up the top there? Don't know. Anyway, now here's a car, Darren Visser. This is often the fastest time of the day car, believe it or not. Doesn't look much, but just watch this thing go. And Darren is a pretty brave guy, believe me, driving this car. Way he goes off the line so smartly. Into second gear, oh, so quick. Up through the first corner he goes. There's a couple of wriggles on the steering wheel. Disappears out of my sight, so I'll watch him on the screen. Car 263, Darren Visser. Up through to the chicane he comes, throws it through there. Oh, very smartly indeed. Just like a go-kart. Oh, and he's sideways. Got it back together again. Pulls it back and rushes up towards the line. This is going to be a low time at 27.51. 27.51, I'd say that's the fastest time of the day so far and may remain that way. Jeffrey Holbert's come to visit. Car 9, now here's a beautiful car, a GT Capri. I think that'll be a 3-litre car. Looks to be a 3-litre car. 302. Oh, well, 302, just to be a little bit bigger. Okay. That'll give it a bit of mumbo. They weren't too bad as a 3-litre car or even a little 1600 GT. They're a lovely motor car and quite sought after now if you can buy one that's not rusted out. Oh, listen to that. That sounds lovely. Off the line he goes. Little chirper wheels again. Up through the turn 1 he goes. Nicely through there, no sideways action, but looking over the top of the causeway, picks it up, hits, oh, he's slowing up a little bit, around there he goes, up to the chicane, through there nicely, nice line through there, puts the pedal to the metal as he rushes up towards the finishing line. This could be in the low 30s, I'd say, this one. Yes, a 32.50. Righto, now we're into the Panorama, the Mount Panorama class. They made a new class for all the GT Falcons and other cars. Now, I don't know who we've got on the wheel there. We've got 2 drivers. I don't think that's John Bauer. Parrot Angus in this particular one. The GTHO replica. And you get some silly monies, believe me, even for a replica car these days. So he's on the line, up towards the chicane he goes. Nice and steady. Big car to get around this track, believe me. They won't like that wriggly bit there. They'll probably prefer it when it's a straight line a bit later on. There'll be 2 runs through the chicane today and 2 runs up through the old circuit. So he pulls it up over the line for a 40.31. Now car 71 on the line, another one of the GTs. We'll get back over to here. I think let's use this program, I think. That was not quite up to date. So 71, we go to Gary Quigley in another XY Falcon Phase 3. Now the Phase 3, of course, was the last of that particular category. They actually got up to about a Phase 4 or 5 or something at one stage, but bang it up off the line. Oh, that's a good crowd pleaser. There's my shares in Dunlop going up again. Fantastic to see. Maury Harper. Hey, mate. Anyway, that was a great, probably not the quickest way to go off the line, but it was certainly moving along off the, spinning up the wheels. A good crowd, please. That's what we'd like to see. These guys have come to not so much take out fastest time today, but just enjoy their motorsport and show you what it's all about. And he's really rocketing towards the line. This is probably about a 35.36. 35.36 for Gary. As we move to car 74, one of the later of the Falcons. And I'll look over the page. This will be Stuart Perry and his 74 XB Falcon GT 351 V8, running a 5.8 litre engine, of course. This was the later sort of shape of cars. And we see him got the Venetian blinds and everything in the back. Nicely off the line without too much fuss and bother. Didn't worry about spinning up the wheels too much. Rockets up towards the causeway, go over the Gazers Gully, as we call it, and heads off towards the chicane. Nice heavy braking, all swings it through there pretty smartly, all on, a lot of body roll. Gets it going again, pushes on up towards the finishing line. And a great effort having him watching on the TV. Across the line he goes, 33.31. Now 168 on the line too. Another nice Falcon XT GT, 1968. Mark Blackkirk in this particular car. Away he goes off the line. I think I could hear the spines protesting a little bit there. Nice to see the GTs come. They're putting on a really good show. All lock up there of the Mark as he heads up towards the chicane. He's had about 3 bites of the cherry there. Gets it through okay. Back into first. No, I think he might have lost the gear there. Yep. Something is happening up towards that area there before the finish line with so many cars having issues of some sort. Well, he managed to get across the line anyway for 43.16, so if he hadn't had that, it would have been quite quick. Venetian blinds must be the go on these older cars. There's another lot of Venetian blinds in another Falcon GT. I haven't even got a number on this particular car. Lots of wheel spin there, that's for sure. I think this is Rod Hall in the XT Falcon GT 302 V8. He's got a number on the windscreen, but we can't see it from our commentary spot until we get here. So he comes up to the, lots of lock up there, swings it through. Left rear wheel locked up pretty bad. Bags it up too. The Ford Mustang, one of the earlier Mustangs. Again, I can't see a number on this car, unfortunately. Apply to the commentators, we can't see a number on the side of the car. They've got them on the windscreen at the front, I think, for the timekeepers. And away he goes. Anyway, it's Paula Elstrick. Paula Elstrick, of course, former record holder here. Paula, of course, driving a lovely little open-wheeler car from years ago, was the record holder for many years. This Falcon, I'm pretty sure with the sound of it, she gets a bit sideways there. Down through the chicane she goes. Sitting very high, this Falcon, this Mustang. Not quite sure why that is. And another car that's going slow, coming out of the chicane. I don't know what's going on up there, but anyway, she's got through the line for 39.46. And that's not a bad time for those big cars. 302 on the line. This will be one of the Mustangs. Kim McPeak. Wow. There's a bit of sideways action. Looks like one of the Targa type cars. So he got off the line very smartly. Took a wide line there as he came down over the top of the Gazers Gully area. And it appears sometimes they slow up. I'm not sure why this is going on, but some of the guys haven't been here before, so a bit daunting, I suppose. You've not been here before. But he's throwing the thing around up the top. Sideways out in the dirt. Pulls it to the left. Picks up the apex there a little bit. And again, not as quick over the line, 36.78. No, some of them got numbers on the windscreen on the other side, but we can't see that. Yeah, when it comes up, yeah. All right, so that was a 36.78 for Kim. One of the other Falcons on the line. And this will be Dave Pittman. Dave Pittman, an XY Falcon GT 351 V8. And having a nice swing up through the top there. Comes down towards the Gazers Gully, gets over the strike there, into the S as he goes, or the chicane. Nope, no, missed up a bit there. Pulls it back. Hard to get these big cars through there, I guess. Plenty of power, but not in the wriggly bits. And he's got it punching pretty hard over the finish line with a 35.02. He's had that car for 25 years too, by the way. Now, here's a car in a bit of patina. Car 65, and it's been made to look like that, I'm told, to be a replica of the Moffat car. Probably how it looked after the race, I would say. They had a pretty rough old time those years driving those cars. So that's is he running a 65? Parent Angus and the replica of the GTHO. Complete with Go Fast beard and everything. So I think this would have to be the first time I've ever seen so many Falcon GTs or similar cars at this event, or at Rob Roy at any time over the years. There's been a few run from time to time, but not en masse. Bit of a hold up for some reason, maybe a bit of sweeping going on. Sometimes when a car drops a little bit of dirt over the side, they have to get the plume out. Can't see what the hold-up is on the TV. Anyway, we'll wait for that all to happen. So don't forget the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, the raffle, including a hot lap with JB. That's John Bow, if you're not sure who that is. Lots of lovely big prizes there to get. Got a Dick Johnson Racing gift pack worth $300. For 10th and 11th place, so you've got a good chance of winning something there.
Jason from the OSB group. Yeah, that's right. At 10 o'clock.
Okay, a famous car on the line now. This is the BWA. A lot of people ask what the BWA stands for. Well, it's a bloody work of art built by Barrett, White and Ashton. That's where the BWA comes from. Owned until just recently by the late Ronnie Townley. And our new custodian of the car, of course, is Paul Cook. It's got the Lee Francis motor in it now, so it's had a few various engines over the years. Many people have owned the car. Built originally as a sports car. It had headlights, guards, and a bit of body work. But Gib Barrett, who was one of the owners of AF Hollands in Paran, BMC dealers, and all sorts of other cars. Oh, I reckon Ronnie Townley was pointing the finger at him right there from up there somewhere, saying, get on with it. So he's enjoying his run anyway. Good to see the car out. We haven't seen it for a while. Various bits and pieces type car, these things. They made them up of all sorts of things in the day. And he's got the car restored really nicely indeed. Up through the chicane he goes, very smartly. Okay, we're going to have a talk to Jason. Jason, you're going to talk us about the OST event you're running with the Austin 7 Club.
Yes, so we are a small group for the Austin Sevens. OST is Observed Section Trials. So we traditionally the cars were run in Austin Sevens doing off-road circuit stuff. Some very simple rules. We can't stop, we can't roll backwards, and we're not supposed to hit any of the pegs. A lot harder than it sounds at times, but look, it's an interesting sport. Was brought to Australia back in about 1950 by the late John Price. So this year we're running the 74th, 75th running of the John Price annual trial, which is in August. So today we're putting on a bit of a demonstration. We've got 2 sections in the ground over there that we'll repeg as we go. We've got 6 cars running. So we're a unique sport where we run passengers, where a lot of motorsport doesn't. So, look, you know, we hope everybody comes over and has a bit of a look.
Jason, whereabouts are you going to be?
We are set up down in the gully to the left-hand side of behind the first aid tents and everything. So down in the gully there. So we another name for us is Mud Trial. So we've got a nice little water hole down there for us to splash around in and get a bit muddy. So if you want to have a look at a very different form of motorsport, please pop on over and have a look. I think you'll enjoy the show.
Have you got my mate Grant Campbell over there?
Grant Campbell is not here today. Haven't spoken to Grant this year, but I hope he's still up and running for us this year. Grant Campbell, to some people in the sport who would know, Grant has won our club championship 39 times out of 50 years. So he's 51 years in the sport last year and 39 club championships, which is just unprecedented, and I don't believe we'll ever see it happen again.
He's probably looking after his lovely wife Brenda, of course, is not travelling too well.
No, she's had a few ups and downs, so you know, we wish her the best as well. But yeah, Grant has been an absolute stalwart of the club. He has built many of the cars in the club, including mine, which he built in 1974, and it's still up and running. So as are a number of the other cars.
John Price Memorial, I remember plodding through the mud up at Park Orchard, seeing that event.
Yeah, that was a bit before my time when they were running around the Park Orchard circuit, but they did quite a bit of running up around this area, around Park Orchards and Wonga Park and all that sort of area, back in the day. Nowadays, we are all run on private properties. People that have got some natural bush, they're happy to let us run through. Where some natural water stands, so it gives us a bit of mud to play in. We really look forward to our sport in the winter. We're about 6 weeks early having our cars ready to go for now. So I've got myself and the other 5 people that have got cars here. I very much appreciate all the effort they've gone to get the cars ready early, because traditionally for mud trials, the car comes out the week before the trial to start making sure things are ready.
Blow the mud off from the previous event. Some good friends of mine, the late Peter Hill and Ian Wells, and some of those guys had great times in those cars. I remember Wellsy driving with his top hat on.
Well, my car that I'm driving, you mentioned Peter Hill, was actually a former Peter Hill car. I'm good friends with Peter's daughter Stephanie and her husband Greg. We've been friends for 35 years. So yeah, look, a lot of those cars, people come and go, oh, I remember when such and such had that car, and it's very much it's a family sport. The cars go down in generations.
Jason, I think Peter's car had a Datsun motor, am I right?
I honestly couldn't answer that question. I'm only fairly new in the game. I've only been around the sport for about 5 years, but I've taken on quite a few roles around the club. I'm the club chairman. I'm on the Austin 7 main committee. I'm on the state council.
You're a goer. You're a doer and not a looker. That's the main thing.
Yeah, I'm wearing boots and all.
Yes, Peter Hill was a good friend of mine. We had a business together in the automotive business. So we've got the OST on the screen. Fantastic. So you can actually see that on the big screen. I've actually got a photograph, which is probably the car you've got, of Peter driving that car. Okay. So I'll give you your details and I'll email it to you.
Yep, that'd be fantastic.
All right. So just find a bit of paper somewhere and write it down on something.
Yep, I'll scribble that down.
Yeah, there's a pen. Margaret, you got a pen? Margaret, you got a pen to write his name down? Yep. Okay, thanks, Jason.
No problem at all.
Well, thanks, mate. Well, there we go. So that was the OST. So they're operating down in the gully, as you can see them on the tally. Not as doesn't look as muddy as it would normally be, but there is a big bog hole down the bottom there. Look at the lock on those cars. Fantastic. That one looks like it's probably running maybe a VW motor. VW motors became very popular, and as Jason was saying, originated as Austin 7s. Then they had some little Morris specials and all sorts of cars. Look at it getting through the trees there. Wonderful. You've got to have a navigator for some reason. I guess the navigator is just for a bit of balance, and of course the navigator used to be the one that jumped up and down to give you a bit of traction. So they're going down towards the mud hole. This will be a bit of fun. If you're watching one of the big screens, you'll be able to see them go through the mud. Up the hill he goes.
We also have a brand new car this here today, which is the first time it's been driven in inner sections. It's a very new concept. It's an automatic mud trials car, which hasn't been done before. So all our cars are manual cars except for this one, although they only have 2 pedals, an accelerator and a clutch. The brakes are all hand brakes. So we can lock up the left wheel to turn left, lock up the right wheel to turn right. So
Jason, I think he's lost his way.
I think he has.
Do you know who it is?
That would be Grant Della, who's lost his way there. Grant, former club chairman as well over the years. Not uncommon for Grant to get lost at times, but he still has a good crack at it for us.
Good on you. Thanks, Jason. Well, that's great to see those cars. We'll get a bit of paper for you. Okay, so thanks to Jason for bringing us that update on the mud trial cars, or the OST cars as we call them, the muddies. Having a bit of fun down there. We go back to the hill climbing again. Car number 25 on the line. This is one of the lovely Australian specials. Have a look at that exhaust system out the side. Absolutely magnificent. In the lovely Hardwick Dodge Special, 4.1 litres, so it's a fairly big old engine, probably the big flathead side valve motor that they used to have on those cars. So he's up and over the hill, down through the chicane already. And through the line for 32.99. Not a bad time, mind you. Here's a wonderfully quick motor car. This is Phil Gray in his flathead Ford V8 Special. Phil's been around the circuits for quite a while now. 34 Ford V8 Special, he's calling it, 3.6 litres. And this thing really does crank on. You watch this thing spin its wheels as he gets off the line. Away he goes. Very nicely indeed. Has been up the pointy end of that particular category over the years. So he really knows his way around. Has about 3 bites of the cherry going over the Gazers Gully. Up to the skyline part of the track, we call this. As he heads towards the chicane. Oh, a bit of smoke coming up there. I don't know whether that's car engine smoke or out of the tyre. Oh, smoking the bags as he gets out of the chicane. Heads up towards the finishing line. It's going to be a pretty quick time. 33.05. 33.05. Now here's a famous car on the line now. This is one of the Allards. This is the car that I've known for a while. This is Smith driving it today. Car 41, ex-Stan Jones car. Oh, many car people have had this particular car over the years. Ran at Albert Park and every race meeting around the place for many, many years. Tom Hawkes had the car for a while. So, brilliant motor car, beautifully presented. Away he goes off the line. Ian McDonald had a car very, very similar to that as well. So down over the strip he goes, up towards the Gazers Gully, up over the skyline he comes. Nicely sitting back in the wheel. And Goes through the chicane very smart. All nice little bit of sideways action there. As he heads towards the finish line, it's going to be a pretty quick time. I reckon 32.91. 32.91. Now another very special car. This is the Redpath Special. And this is just an amazing motor car, believe me. This one is Ron Redpath built this originally down in Geelong. And now it's Bill Redpath driving it today. Notice he's sitting on just about a kitchen chair. Now this is the Oldsmobile motor. It used to have another V8 in it many years ago, but it's had the Oldsmobile motor in it for quite some time. But he really knows this circuit very, very well. Pulls it up towards the chicane, throws it through there. Oh, very nicely through there, Bill. Gets it going very smartly. Little bit of sideways action. This is going to be in the low 30s, I reckon, this run. As we look at the time, missed time by the look of it. I'd say missed time. We haven't got a proper time coming up. Go on, you Walter. 31.96 it says, but not coming up on the screen. All right, now to Ray Sprague. Now Ray's loves these flathead 48 specials of all sorts. This is the little stinker. Goal, away he goes. Built in the traditional style of the American Speedway type. So Ray's disappeared out of our sight for a moment. Okay, Ray's up through the chicane. Again, he might have had to poke it back to first gear, I think, there, because he went a little slow. But he's coming through the lines now for a time. The timing's not coming up on my screen here. It's wrong. Okay, I've got some sort of issue with the timing. We're stuck on the Redpath Special for some reason. Okay, back to the action again in car 14 on the line, and this is Marion Shawn in the MGTC Milano. The Milano built a number of cars look like this. Some were short wheelbase with Austin 7 engines, Morris motors and so on, and some come with Holden motors, MG motors. This one's got MGTC motor, beautiful looking car. Something reminiscent of a Ferrari or something of the day. As he moves away off, or she moves away off the line very smartly indeed. Pretty looking little car. There's a couple of lovely Milano Zephyrs running around, which have got hard tops on them. And there are a number of Milanos running in the UK. They run Holden motors, and they have a category of their own over there just about. Car 19 is on the line too. This is Fred Brock. Now, Fred Brock's been around for many, many years, driving all sorts of various motor cars. But today's his MGTC special. In the old days, in the late Don Kings, you would say, this is a crumpet catcher. In the old days, you'd sort of throw the mud guards off and do all sorts of stuff, suddenly make a racer out of it. And away he goes. an MGTC in the true racer style. Many a person started their time racing motor cars in MGTCs, all variants of shapes and sizes. Here's another one, as I say, bit of a cafe racer we used to call these. Take your old big mud guards off, take the side guard, covers off of the engine bay, louver the bonnet, put some cycle guards on, nice fatty little wire wheels, go down from the big 19-inch wheels to maybe 14s or something like that, and suddenly you had yourself a bit of a race car. So 33.730 for Freddie Brock as we watch car 27 about to get away from lines is Barry Brickland in his 48 model MGTC, 1310cc, so fairly standard bore for those cars. Look at the lovely chrome headlights, the chrome surround over the top of the radiator. Very smart looking motor car, and that sort of creamy English biscuit green, cream, I think I used to call that. Nice slow old gear change, not the quickest gear change in the old MGTC. It's a bit of a 1-2 as it changed gears. Comes through the right hander at the top. We used to call that tin shed. Used to be a tin shed at the top there, but no longer. When the fires came through in about 1930 something, it burnt a lot of the infrastructure down, so the tin shed went, as did many other things. If you have a look at some of the early photographs of Rob Roy, you'll see the demise of the trees. Many of the trees got burnt down. So he goes over the line, very smartly indeed, a 40.01. Car 45 on the line now. This is Andrew Watson. Now this is in the Fritz Norton special. Fritz Norton was an old MG Car Club stalwart for many years. And I think he's passed away a little while back, so they got this car up and running again. He's pretty quick on his day. Nice little chirp of the wheels as he moves off and up to the top right-hander. Fritz drove this car pretty much everywhere. It was a bit of a family car for a while, I think. Still registered. And up through the chicane he goes. Another car that's gone a bit slow. I think they might be balking down a bit after they come out of the chicane. Not the right gear, perhaps, for some of them. But a 39.54. So he broke the 40 seconds, which is pretty good. Pretty good indeed. A little bit reminiscent of the Buttercup Special. Car 47 is on the line. I don't have a 47, but I'll pick him up and we see him get off the line. This is Andrew Moffat. Andrew Moffat in the Harry Firth MG Special. Another MGTC that Harry Firth breathed his magic over. Harry, of course, renowned for all sorts of MG specials over the years, Triumph specials, and of course later on with the dealer team. Get that going. And the wind's picking up a bit. Now we've got one of the car 49. Now this is the Ian Edgar in the MGTC Meat Safe Special. Meat Safe Special because it was so drilled out like an old meat safe in the old days. As he makes his way up the hill. It might be one of the Harry Ford cars from years ago as well. Was the Meat Safe Special. Nice to see Ian Smith up here again. Ian's been photographing for well over 50 years. He won't mind me saying that, but he's been around for traps We were all members of the Junior Light Car Club from many, many years ago. Ian's still around with his business. He had Auto Picks, of course, for many, many years. But you see him stepping away there at the start line. Nice Triumph getting away off the line, and I can't see the TV screen's fallen over, boys. What's happened here? It's all tumbled down. There we go, we're back on air again. David Orchard in the Triumph TR2. David's been around in that car for many a year too, so he should know his way around. And a 35.53. Now here's a car you don't see too many of these about. There's an MGA twin cam coupe. You don't see these around very much at all. Car 44 is Ian Pryor and the MG Sebring. Can't tell if that's actually a twin cam from this point here. Someone might be able to point me in the right direction. But you'll see it's got the little lights over the number. That was for the nighttime driving at Le Mans. Little yellow light on the top of the roof so they can identify the car. And that's a well presented motor car, Ian Pryor and the MG Sebring MGA. Sebring, of course, was a race in Sebring where you could actually modify your cars and look a little bit different to the standard car and race them over there with great success. And these cars were a great success, were they not? Austin Healey, Donald Healey decided to build a sports car with something that the American companies, people would like. And then, of course, it got well known and loved by everybody around the world. So Austin Healey starting off with a four-cylinder engine, then later on going to the big six. Now, car 55 is Christine Crombie in the Austin Healey 104. Sounding absolutely magnificent. They sounded really great all the way, a 4 or a 6. Sounded very nice. Originally came with 3-speed gearbox because they actually cut out the first gear because it was pretty much a Leyland truck type gearbox from memory. So they cut the first gear out because it was just so steep and made it in the reverse. So there they go. So she's gone up the hill very nicely and going through for a time very shortly. Got it nicely pedalling pretty quick at the top there. So it's going to be a 40.50, a nice time. A car 60, one of the very popular little cars of the time, virtually a modified Austin A30, which became the little Austin Healey Sprite, bug-eyed it was often called. Yeah, so the little Healey Sprite of Owen Crombie is stopped somewhere. Didn't quite see why. Is he
realigning himself
is he off the track?
a little.
Did he actually spin off? I didn't see that. Okay, so Owen's, we put the Moz on him, commentator's Moz as we call it, and he's broken down, so he's going to roll back down the hill. I know it seems to be going again, but not happy with something. Now, if you happen to have lost a mobiliser, I have a red mobiliser here from some car, from somewhere. A red mobiliser that fits on top of your battery or on your ignition area of your race car. So if you want to find your red immobiliser, we have it down here at the commentary box. Car 63 which I don't have on my list, but a 365 Porsche Speedster. What a magnificent looking car. Okay, should have put the visor down. So it's actually it's Don Hume. My goodness, Don Hume's been a guy that's been around for some time in all sorts of variants of motor cars. But a Porsche 356 that they happen to have in the shed, so we'll bring that one out for a bit of a run. Don Hume, the Hume brothers, if it's the same group of guys. He knows how to drive it because he's whizzing through the chicane very smartly indeed. What a pretty motor car that is. A lot of cars, a lot of drivers started their days, and of course we just lost Alan Hamilton just recently, the Porsche dealer, of course. His father, Norman Hamilton, starting out in being the Porsche distributor for Australia and some parts of overseas. So good to see the Porsche having a run. Car 40 comes up to the line, and this will be David Norris in the MG Alexandra MG Midget Mark 1. 1310cc, so it's a 1275cc motor, bought out a little bit. Guys are a bit reluctant to put their visors down for some reason, but anyway, we'll get that underway. Okay, if you're wanting a little bit of entertainment down on the main stage, the Astor Swing Jazz Band, a six-piece band, are now operating on the main stage. So they'll be swinging away there, go and tap your toes and your fingers away to the sounds of Duke Ellington, Benny Goodman, Louis Armstrong, Count Basie, all people of my time. Anyway, fantastic. A six-piece jazz band, the Astor Swing Jazz Band, now playing. So they'll be playing for quite a little while, I guess. So pop on down and see this versatile, well-presented, accomplished jazz ensemble. Step back in time and relive the music of the 30s and the 40s. Now, another little bug-eye sprite. That was the Alexandra Midget, did a 43.46. Now, 128 on the line. Another one of the beautiful little bug-eye sprites, the later model sort of alloy wheels on it. 128 is Mike Dorr, 1960s. That's going to be one of the very early little sprites. They lended themselves to racing pretty much straight away. Some of them had fiberglass lift-off fronts. I had one which had what they call the Sebring front on it, which is a bit of a shark nose sort of front, lift off the front. So he's running a 1330cc. So that's a 1275cc, pretty bored out. Be very thin on the wall. So the guys are actually sweeping the track. We had someone drop a bit of dirt on the circuit, so we need to make sure everyone's got a nice clean track. So great to see the roving cameras. We can see the Zephyr Special waiting there, car number 6. And we've got other cars on the screen as well, looking down over the top of the turn 1 and the finish line, the staging area, which is on the Cam 60 Festival webcam. So great to see all that happening. So very innovative of the guys to organise all that for us. Don't forget the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia people. They've got some nice little pin badges and some armbands. They're just near where the staging area is, somewhere sort of about where car 77 is, the Nola Holden. So they're over there, and they'd like to have a word with you all about prostate cancer. Car 128, Mike Dorr getting away nice and quietly. Well, we've just been told that Mike Dorr has been competing in that car here at Rob Roy for 60 years. It took a Scotsman to come up and tell me all about that. Good on you, mate. Well done. 60 years, my goodness me. That is a long time. That's as old as the car. Absolutely. Must be nearly brand new when he drove it here. Probably a hire purchase or something. Well, fantastic. So 35.17. Not a bad time. He must have gone the short way, I reckon. Anyway, great to see. Car 130 about to leave the line too. This is, what a lovely looking motor car that is. I'll have to pick up what that is. I've not seen that one before. And 130 is Warren Reid in an Austin A30 Jarino Special. Now that's running 1293, so a BMC style engine. Pretty looking little motor car. I'm trying to sort of decide what it looks like, but very nice little car. Another very long first gear. We used to run a 4.1 diff in minis and that, which give you a nice long first gear. And my gosh, he's cranking along pretty well too. Let's have a look through the S's very smartly indeed. Oh, throws it through there beautifully as he heads up towards the finishing line. So Warren Reid is going to be doing a pretty smart time here. 31.71. 31.71. We haven't seen a 30 for a little while yet. Darren Visser, of course, did a 27 or something, but 31.77, that's getting pretty quick. He's certainly the quickest of that lot. Doug Sterry was pretty quick, but there we go. 281. This is the Right Honourable. John Hardy just left the line there, that lovely Renault. Okay, the Zephyr Special on the line. This is a famous motor car too. The Eclipse Zephyr Special. Eldred Norman had this car from South Australia. Very famous car in its day. Have a look at the exhaust pipes just stuck outside there. And he's ready to go. I've not seen this car run here before. In fact, I've not seen the car run for maybe 50 years. I saw it run early days of Fisherman's Bend and those sort of places. Not quite up on the staging part yet. So he's got it right now. So this should be a pretty quick time. Let's have a look, see how he goes. Oh, very fast up to turn one. Down through he goes. Oh, that's really quick down through there over the top of the causeway. Going to be a pretty quick time. I didn't see his split time, but he's going pretty well. As Greg Snape, been around motor cars for a long time. Through the S's there, beautifully through there, up through the chicane, heads towards the finishing line. This is going to be a very smart time. 30.75. 30.75, a very smart time indeed. Good to see that car out and about too. Okay, now there's another famous car, it's the Pratt Holden. Jeffrey Walsh driving it today, 1965 car, 2.350 cc's, away it goes. Nice car, getting away. That's been around a long time too, the Pratt cars. Another number of Pratt model cars were made over the years. He heads up towards the chicane, onto the brakes, through there, smart. Oh, bit of a wide line, drops nearly into the dirt. and heads it out towards the finishing line. It's going to be a 33.05. Keeping in vein with the Holden engine type cars too. 77 just come up the line. This is the Nola Holden and Alan Barella driving the car. A bit of a hiccup there in the second gear, it's a shame. And a 37.38 for Allen. And Andrew Clayton gets away in his Holden engine MGTC. And this was something a lot of people did over the years. The old MG motor got a bit worn out, so they put a Holden engine in the thing. So great to see him having a run today. Andrew does a lot of things with that car for charity and things like that. So Andrew Clayton in his MG Holden TC Special. All down through the chicane he goes. He knows the track pretty well and pushes it pretty hard towards the finishing line. Clips the edge there a little bit. And a time of 34.46. Now that's getting up the pointing end for that particular category. 34.46 for Andrew Clayton. Car 139. This is an unusual car, is it? It's Glenn Shepherd, in the Mark 7 Jaguar Special. Whipped the old Mark 7 body off and put a sports car body on it. Oh, sounding very smartly too. The twin cam 6-cylinder motor sounding pretty smart there. As he pulls away and down through the gully he goes, across the causeway. Pushes hard up towards the chicane. Little chirp of the brakes there. Left, then right, then swings left again. Oh, the hump's working pretty hard on the wheel there. Big car to get through there quickly and pushes hard up towards the finishing line. Now, I think someone told me this was a Fiat Holden of some description. I might be wrong. 34.81 for Glenn in the Jag Special. Way he goes off the line, very smarty. Yeah, Phil Stafford in a Fiat Holden Special. Not ever seen that car before, ever. Only brand new. My shares in Brasso and Silvo are going up every time he goes up there. It's beautifully polished up, looks very smart. Now the Fiat Holden just slowly making its way up there. I see the Fiat Holden's registered to be a lovely car to drive out on the road, wouldn't it? Get a lot of looks. Now, a famous car here is the Vopar. The Vopar meaning a bit of a mistake, I believe. So, Jack French built this car down at Phillip Island. He raced it for many years. And then it's had a number of drivers. One of the best known drivers would have been Barry Stylo from Benalla. He raced that car very successfully. And Nick McDonald got a drive in this car last Phillip Island meeting just a few weeks back. Did very well. First gear all the way up to the first corner. And nice wide line here. He's going pretty quickly. Didn't get the split, probably about 11, I would say. Up to the chicane he goes, or smartly through there. Nice line. Puts the power down, gets the tail out a bit, swings it up towards the finishing line, picks up the apex there. And this is going to be a quick time, 29.42. 29.42 for David Reed, sorry, in the Vopar. Fantastic.
Now I'm going well, you?
Well, it sort of like a roaming camera. I'll go for the pits because you don't have any cameras up there.
Okay, Billy Bentley just on the line. He's gone up the line on the Alford Ford Streamliner. He pulls it up towards the chicane and going very slowly for some reason. But anyway, making sure he gets around, I guess. Away he goes. And not looking too smart either. I think something is not quite right. Not sure if he had this happen last time, but... So Bill Bentley is coming to a halt, I would say. Oh, he's just going to get over the line. Here he comes. Look, just over the brow. He's coming into sight. Here he is. And he has made it with a 78.83. He won't like that one at all. I won't announce that one again.
Rocket cover racing. They're open now, ready to go.
Righto. So if rocket covers. Okay, so we've got the rocket cover racing. It's free. Youth on Wheels is hosting the power cover racing at Scaletrek slot cars over near the coffee cart. Free to play. Come and have a go. You'll probably take home some bragging rights if you win the event. At about 1:30 they're going to have the finals, so they're over near the coffee cart. So if you want to go and have a go at the slot cars or the rocket cover racing, I never thought I'd be racing rocket covers every day, but anyway, they are. So get started in motorsport and just get a head start in your learners. So go on down and see the people there. The rocket cover racing, it is free. Another one of the free events here this weekend. So there'll be a finals. Get yourself in for a test and come back at 1:30 for the finals. Great stuff. Don't forget the Astor Swing Band is in action right now. 6-piece jazz band. They're available for your next function if you like to see them. They're on Facebook. So look up the Astor Swing Jazz Band. Colin Sullivan off the line in the MG Elfin. The Elfins lending themselves all sorts of variants of motors. We saw one just go up before with the Ford 10 motor. They've had all sorts of variants of motors. MG motor is probably one of the popular ones. Some of them had Climax motors. Jock O'Brien drove a car very similar to this one here, the 95 car, which had the Climax motor in. That was a very quick car in its day. So 95 is about to go off the line, if I can get that over there. So that belongs to Daniel Jeffries, the Alpha BMC A streamliner, so running a 1600A motor. Well, I'm going to hang over to Gary Ball, and Gary's going to have a bit of a chat to you for a while, so I'm going to have a well-earned cuppa.
Thank you, Ron, very much. Keep the public informed as to what's happening. Car number 88 is a very model Lotus, built by Colin Chapman. Lotus 6, with probably a Climax motor in it. Here we have the car number 162. This is Alan Mead in the Ellerton BMW. A bit like a clubman car, but no mudguards, etc. This car is a regular competitor in Historic Motorsport. Alan's waiting for the green light, of course. You can see the little Christmas tree lights at the start area. When the green light will come on, then Alan can go. He doesn't have to go straight away. When he's ready to go, select first gear and a few revs and away he'll go. But that's out all green light, as I said. And away he goes. Quite a fast car.
Just when you can. Give him a ring. They're just over here.
Oh, yeah, it is. Ron's given me a note. Clinton tea rooms is in the Octunders. They've got tea, scones, jam and cream, sandwiches, choc dipped strawberries, cold drinks, tea and coffee, and filtered coffee. So in the tea room in the Octunders, there's refreshments if anyone wants them. Tea, scones, jam and cream, sandwiches, choc dipped strawberries, tea, coffee, and filtered coffee there. Car on the line is car 661. This is Rick Scott in the Nota BMC, Nota Fang. The engine is in the, as opposed to the Mini, the engine is in the back, whereas on a Mini the engine's in the front, so it's probably got a Mini subframe at the back. Probably a 1275 motor, enlarged to 1293 cc. Car number 661 waiting to get the green light. The starters are waiting to get the track that's all clear.
Sue.
The Clinton's Tea Room, as I just said, is staffed by volunteers. Clinton's Tea Rooms, volunteers. They'll serve you tea, scones, jam and cream, sandwiches, choc dipped strawberries, cold drinks, tea and coffee. They've got it all. It's all done by volunteers. In fact, nearly all the people who work here are volunteers. This Astor Swing Band is on at the moment. Car number 661 is Rick Scott in the 1968 Nota BMC A-Series Fang. So it's probably an A-Series engine, which is out of a Morris Minor or Bug-Eye Sprite or one of those sort of engines. 998cc. And that's 19. It's out to 1275 out to 1293.
I've signed on for you.
Thank you, Mike.
Give it back.
You have a slight hold up. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe the sweep in the track up towards the top part of the circuit. But as soon as we get the clear, they're all clear. The driver's just told to put his visor down, so it looks like they're going to start the next event. The green light, and away he goes. We have a Mexico Ford Escort. As Ron said before, you could buy these in England. They're replicas of the Mexico Escort that won the London to Mexico rally and many.
Check.
Escort gets away very quickly. 1600cc engine. We have car number 26, the Alfa Romeo Giulia Super. These cars, in fact, this type of car won the Sandown 6 Hour in 1964 and 1965. The same car won the race 2 years running. Great little car, funny sort of boxer shape, but I reckon they're a great little thing. In fact, if I was going to have an Alfa, I'd like one of these. They're great. The driver is Peter Fowler, who he built Brian Thompson's VW sports sedan many years ago. Same person. Peter gets it going. Away he goes. Very quick off the line. We have another Escort. This is a twin cam, car 54. This is Cole Spender and the Ford Lotus twin cam Escort, silver. The twin cam motor, they slotted in these cars. They're very quick cars. They're very good in racing in British Touring Cars Championship Series and also in historic rallying in England and Europe. This is quite a quick car, the twin cam motor, of course. Twin cam engine has got about 160 horsepower or more, depends on who prepared it. So Colin Spender's waiting with a green light. As soon as he gets the green light, he will sort of take off. As I said before, when the green light, now you don't have to go straight away. You can sort of count to 10 if you want to. A lot of power. Twin cam Escorts are not slow cars. Car number 66 is John Doherty in the Austin Cooper S.
Well, it's Walter Magilton on the microphone now for a little while to give you some bit of commentary and a few comments about the day that's so obvious. What a fabulous day. And what a marvellous turnout from the Ford people. What an inspired idea to feature Fords up here for their anniversary. I was just reading a bit of Ford history overnight, and Henry started producing cars in 2002 or 2003, experimental models, but then of course when he brought out the T model, it changed the whole world of motoring. what a marvellous car the T model was for its time, and coming out in so many versions. And of course, we even see a version here today with based on a T model special, going a lot harder than the original T models used to. I also read in a couple of states in America, you had to have a special license to drive a T model as distinct from other cars. But it's been one sort of glorious model after another, right up to, of course, the present day, with all the beautiful Mustangs and things on the road now. What a fabulous world it's been for Fords over the years. A friend of mine's got a very, very rare 1937-38 MG SA Saloon in Canberra, and that was originally belonged to a very wealthy doctor. It's a one-off special car. It's the only one of its kind in the world, and he had it supercharged in the 1930s to try and keep up or pass the Ford V8s at the time. He was getting cheesed off. He had this beautiful car, but the V8s were faster. So he supercharged it. And then, of course, war broke out, and I don't know how long it stayed supercharged. But congratulations to you Ford people. And what an inspired idea to have the Ford Bathurst kind of cars. We've got Robin Bailey's car coming up in the line now. A very, very potent MGB. I'd have to call it a special now, with a big air dam on it now. A very powerful car, and the last car's just ticked over the line, 35.959. I don't know what the fastest time of today is at this stage, but there'll be a lot of very fast times. Nice dry track, beautiful cars, very well prepared, and we'll see some exceptional times, no doubt about that. How well the meeting's going, how quick they clear their finishing line and send the cars down on the return road, which is sealed now. Just look at the wheel spin on that MGB, will you? Split time 11.17, I think it was, from where I am. Slowing down to go through the chicane, then on the way up the top, and 29.26. It seems slow, but of course it now includes the chicane, and it slows the cars right down, because the really powerful cars were going over the finishing line just too quick and having trouble braking, because there's a limit to the braking distance we got up at the top of the hill. The neighbours don't like us going out through the gate. We did that for a little while. .9. On the line now is another famous type of Ford, a Ford Anglia, with a swept-back rear windscreen. Made in England. They sold by the thousand. They were a bread and butter Ford, but boy, they made their mark in motorsport. I know famous Lou Molina used to give one a really hard time in trials. They were a tough little nut of a car, and it's nice to see. Today they're becoming collector's items, because so few of what I call bread and butter kind of cars survived, but they rust away and get worn out and get crushed. And the few that do survive become collector's items. The Anglia, 30.54. 30.54, sorry. And on the line now is Spiteri's lovely E-Type Jag. Just a beautiful car. Jag's another company that produced over the years many winners. And all seem to be ahead of the opposition. The 1930 Jaguar SS was a car on its own. It was such a glamorous car, and it's and then they brought out, of course, the XK 120 series, and people say, how can they do it? Produce a car of this performance and this attractiveness so cheaply? Made it hard for the opposition, and that went on, of course, as we know, to eventually to the E-Type, which is a marvellous collector's car. I owned a 2+2 for several years. It's a privilege to own the car. But we're looking at a replica on the line now. Car 156. It's a D-Type replica. That D-Types are only made in small numbers, and quite a few were destroyed in a disastrous factory fire many years ago. So there's not many D-Types, and the road-going version of the D-Type Special, there's not many of those sort of in existence, but there are plenty of replicas, because if you get a Jag motor, a 6-cylinder motor, and modify it, and then picking up bits and pieces, it's very expensive, but you finish up with a very, very exotic car. Here's the D-Type replica. Off up to Tin Shed Corner. Accelerated hard across the causeway, up to Skyline, going right to proverbial bat, and then a short time later, hitting the brakes hard to go through the chicane and slow the cars right down. It's a very tight chicane when you're going very, very fast in a big car, like one of the big Fords and cars like that. Then over the finishing line, 34.29. Look at Datsun 240Z, driven by Michael Hill. Just and no slouch either. He's up into Tin Shed Corner, no trouble at all. And if you don't know how Tin Shed Corner got its name, there used to be a Tin Shed Corner on that curve, but it was burnt during one of the bushfires up here. The Rob Roy area has had quite a history of bushfires over the centuries, and it actually brought Rob Roy to a close the first time. The fences and things were burnt and things like that. So it lay in abeyance, the hill for many years, only used occasionally for perhaps unofficial hill climbs, maybe certainly not CAM sponsored. I remember one day up here with the Triumph Sports Owners Club, we had a hill climb and a Motorcana combined and ended up rolling 2 TRs that day. It was a bit of a disaster actually, but no one got hurt, thank goodness. Keith Williams now in the Bolwell Nagari with a Ford engine. Beautiful car, made in Australia by the Bolwell concern. You don't find Bolwells on the market very often because anyone owns one of the various Volvo models. There's quite a few here today with different body styles and different motors, but you don't find Volvos on the market very often. Those that have them like to keep them because they know they have something very special. Well, that's Bolwell 4 and that's Ford for you. Split time 13.22, but of course the split times that we used to look at it would give an idea of the finishing time. Today, of course, the car's slowing down for the chicane has put a whole new aspect onto Rob Roy. Not all meetings conducted up here use the chicane, some use the old straight through track. If you're listening to the broadcast earlier this morning, you most certainly would have heard that this property up here used to be a picnic ground, and the first hill climb was just a gravel track used by motorcycles. The now long defunct Light Car Club of Australia decided to put in a gravel track to the top and use it for proper hill climbs. So Rob Roy was gravel for many years and wasn't sealed until after the Second World War. Car 18 line. Well, I'm reading it as Bill Atherton on an MGPA special, but this is certainly not Bill Atherton's car. So I don't know. But it's damn quick around Tin Shed Corner and down across the causeway. And I've lost sight of it. And what we're looking at now on the starting line is Ron North's Cooper Irving with a Vincent motorcycle engine in the back. Vincent's, the motor's largely designed by Phil Irving, who lived in Warrandyte for many years, and the Vincent motorcycle engines were very sought after for specials. A very potent little motor. It's quite a brave man that drives a car as diminutive as this in size and protection, with the power to rate ratio this has got.
Testing. Testing 1, 2. Is that working? Okay, we've got the mic going. Hello, Walter. How you going, mate? Haven't seen you for a while.
For a grumpy old man.
A grumpy old man. Sometimes I'm grumpy and sometimes I leave him in bed. Anyway, quite a great event, mate.
Yeah, no, it's great to be up here, Ron.
Great to be anywhere these days, Walter.
It certainly is.
Just going to make an announcement.
Unfortunately, I have to walk with a pusher these days.
St Andrews Pony Club. They've got some lovely food down there, sort of gourmet foods. So pop down and see the St Andrews Pony Club guys and girls, and just check out their lovely food, lovely cuisine down there. I'm sure they've got something you might like to eat. Yeah, absolutely. So pop on down. What about all the other people we've got around for the weekend as well, doing different things with our people over there with the rocker cover racing, got the prostate cancer people, we've got the bands happening down there, got the Bean sort of coffee shop, which looks pretty busy to me at the moment, and I believe we've got a bit of a traffic jam out on Clinton's Road, which is good to know, I suppose. But the MG Car Club, what a wonderful event they put on this weekend. Absolutely fantastic. Okay, so the prostate cancer we were talking about before, and their Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, 1 in 5 men are likely to be diagnosed with prostate cancer in lifetime. So the facts are there's lots and lots of people, men and women, that have the prostate. They've got a big raffle going on there, of course. There's a raffle with clothing to be bought, all sorts of goodies down there. So pop down and say hello to the ladies and guys down with the prostate cancer people. Mac Halbert is going. Okay, good to see you, guys. All right, so the hill climbing keeps on going, and we've got, that was Darren Visser in probably what's going to be one of the quickest times of the day. Darren is in his Bates Cycles 500. Leo Bates, of course, passed away just recently. He built these cars and made them go so fast. He did a 27 before, and he's done a 27.11. 27.11, that is the quickest time of the day so far. Very quick indeed.
Well, that's a very good time for that little car there. You know the old saying, if you want to make a car go faster, add lightness. And that's a very light little car, and it put in a very good performance considering it's going through the chicane. We've now got a blue TD on the line now, belongs to the Hasty family, driven by John Hasty, and boy, this car's been up the hill many times. Not always looking like it does today though, with the strip down, with the aluminium bonnet and things like that. It's been a very well used TD for years and years.
Walter, there's a nice photograph of this car rounding the top of the wall up at Templestowe Hill Climb just recently.
Yes.
So it's been around a while, as you say. Fantastic to see them there. Cole Hastings, I think, normally drives it, but John Hasty.
But Doug, the who owned it, it sort of belongs to the family now, I think, because Doug, a bit like myself, has given up his driving, which is very sad, but anyway, it happens to, I hope it happens to all of us eventually. We live long enough to lose our licence, which I've certainly done. But Doug's been a devotee to TDs as long as I know. But he's had various other MGs as well. This won't be the fastest time of the day, but for a TD, it'll be probably the fastest standard or semi-standard TD ever gone up the hill. 3 generations now have driven this car. And boy, Grandfather Doug's not half proud of that. To have 3 family members competing on the one day in the same car at a earlier Club Hill climb. I only once ever had the privilege of beating the TD. I had an MGTD competition special, and at one of our national meetings we had a circuit sprint over an undulating track, and I managed to top him. Boy, was I proud of myself that day, because Doug's always had the stick on myself, well and truly. He's been a great competitor and a great friend and club member. We're watching Tony Volbrick, ex-president of the MG Car Club and his B Roadster. The time 27.66 for the TD, for the Tony Volbrick and his B. Now I've got.
You want a break, Walter, or are you right?
I'm going to get a drink.
No, you want a drink. You go and get
Handing over the microphone to Ron Simmons again for his very cultured and knowledgeable voice. Over to you, Ron.
Yes, thanks very much, Walter. As our next car gets away, Colin Walker and the MGB GT. And that's a very nice presented car, number 903. Got so many numbers this week. We don't very often get down to that numbers. Fantastic to see so many stalwart MG competitors coming along for the weekend. We spoke about the MGA coupes before. There's not very many of those about in here in Australia. They were perhaps not quite as popular. Got a bit ambidextrous to get into the things. Bit tight to move in and out, but once you're in, it's pretty snug. Quite popular in the UK, of course, because they were a bit more snug than the convertible model. I have seen some of these with a removable hard top on them, but most of them are fixed like that one. What about the T-model Fords? How many got what the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that I could see there? And a very rusty something down in the gully there. But what a great collection. I came in behind the two-door green coupe with the white wall tyres before, and it was not very far removed from driving behind a horseless carriage or a carriage. Yeah, so just took the horse away from the front and put an engine in the front of the car, but fabulous to see them here. They're just chugging along. Great big 4-cylinder engines those. They've got cylinder pots as big as saucepans. They're pretty big old cars, or big engines, so very torquey. So we've got Elvis Presley fixing up something here. Not sure what that's all about. So we've got some new batteries in the other system. So all systems are go. That looked like the Hasty car. No, it's Aaron Brown in the MGTD 905. Amazing what's all going on behind the scenes here, ladies and gentlemen. You wouldn't believe paperwork going everywhere, bits of scribbled notes and things like that. And Noel is working overtime, giving me information I've got to talk about. So there'll be a welcome at about 11:40, and we should have an about 11:40 competition will finish. Sorry, so that's in about another 10-15 minutes. So at 11:45, the entries for the fashion parade. And I've seen some really nice fashions wandering about. Some of the ladies have gone, and men have gone to some trouble to dress up for the day. I even just stepped out of Goodwood, so that's where I'm from. So there you go. Well, number 908 getting on the line here. This is another one of the MGB Roadsters. And a metallic blue. I don't remember them coming in that colour, but it's looking pretty smart. Nicely off the line too. 1798 cc's. It's Graham Wynn. And Graham's gone over the line for 27.90 with that MG. As another MG comes up, car number 907, Richard Snow in the MG GT. 4-cylinder one, I think this one is, yes. 1800 cc's, that's a standard engine size. Great to see all the socialising going on around the place. Everybody's getting a chat with friends they haven't seen for a while. Okay, car 906. I'm pretty sure he just went up a little moment ago, but Graham Wynn. Unless I've got a second driver for that car. Oh, and a great thing, Ray Thatcher. G'day, Ray. We're over here, mate. Good to see you, mate. Ray Thatcher arriving. Good, mate. Good to see you, mate. Like they say, it's good to see anybody these days. But anyway, good to see Ray here. All right, because I've got a few things to do now. Okay, so that was the last car for this morning's competition. So that was actually John McQuillan in the MGA Coupe, and he's still going around. He's got a 29.87. So now we've got a few things coming up. We're having a bit of a layoff from the hill climb section, and don't forget the Astor Swing Band was going on down there. Now at 11:40, in about 10 minutes' time, we'll have a club President will welcome everybody. 11:45, which is another 20 minutes, is the call-up of entries for the fashion parade. And 11:50, the fashion parades will begin. At 12:15, we're going to have that long-lost movie world premiere, but no red carpet apparently for us to walk on. But anyway, our long-lost movie, and I've actually seen some little previews of that film. It's most interesting. Black and white, of course. At 12:25, the Prostate Foundation Council announcement and auction of memorabilia items. And Tony Morrison is involved with that down on the main stage. And about 12:35 or thereabouts, competition will resume. So there's all sorts of things happening. So avail yourselves of a little bit of a good look around. Plenty of things to see right through the pits and down through the fashion area, down through all the marquees, all the merchandise. So plenty of things going on for a while. But we'll take a little break for just a few minutes and we'll catch you shortly.
Away from the microphone. Yeah, I know, but before
Okay, I've got Tony Morrissey here, so Tony's going to tell us all about the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia. Welcome, Tony.
Thank you so much. It's lovely to be here, Ron, and what a great day. Really pleased to be here with the group, and we've got a few great things happening here this weekend.
Tell me a little bit more about them.
Well, we've got a raffle, which has got some great prizes, some shell merchandise. We've got a couple of laps with John Bow around Sandown, and I think that's next weekend. That's with Fast Track Racing. We've got a Pennzoil hamper, but there's a number of things. $5 a ticket. For $20, it's $5. And if you give us a donation of $50, you can get a DJR jacket or a T-shirt. There's two types of T-shirts and two types of jackets. And I got it for free. I'm really good at this free stuff. Really good at the free stuff. But we've got guys going around that have got some jackets and T-shirts, and they'll for a $50 donation, or you can buy 5 tickets in the raffle, which I reckon is sensational. Great prizes. But our organisation, we have a number of support groups, 29 support groups in Victoria to help men with prostate cancer, and I'll tell you how bad it is. 25,000 men a year get diagnosed with prostate cancer. It's like being, when you're told, thrown into the forest and you got nowhere to go. So our support groups will support families, will support people and get them through these early stages of prostate cancer. And it's just a terrible statistic that guys don't speak to each other about prostate cancer. We were just talking about it here before. It is the most diagnosed cancer among men in the country. So you stop and think about it, 2,000 every month.
Yes, yeah.
It's just a horrible number.
Well, I've actually just been checked not long ago for the same thing, and just on the borderline type thing, so got to do a 6-monthly sort of check-up on that. So I'm sort of having a look at that, make sure it doesn't get any worse.
Well, they're actually changing the rules on it, and we're about to lobby government, but the money that's raised here this weekend will go towards research, which Australia has one of the best research facilities in Australia, which is at Monash University. We have mice. This is really ridiculous. Australia breed the best testing mice for prostate cancer in the world, and they have to send in a bio of what their research is, and if there's 2 people doing the same research, we try and marry them up. So Monash University does just such a wonderful job. So some money goes there, prostate cancer nurses, our support groups get a little bit of money, but all in all, we do a great job. So it's, I got diagnosed a couple of years ago, stage 4, and I've been extremely active. It took away a lot of my motor racing career because I worked at Sandown, Calder, Winton.
Yes, of course, you've been pretty active there.
Yeah, and the AGP, and had a wonderful time. And I see Brett Ramsey's here as well. Brett Ramsey.
Good to see you from old Pit Lane, yes.
From in Pit Lane, and I've done a bit of work with Brett over the years. But lovely to see him here. And he goes, ouch, he stuck his finger in the thing. But yeah, if you can drop by our stand, and we'll give you a prostate cancer badge, and we look forward to being able to give you some brochures, Ron.
Great work, Tony, and great work you're doing out there. And so thanks for supporting it, and hopefully everyone else will support it. Brett Ramsey, I'm sure, will support it a bit later on. Better go and give him a badge of some sort for being a good fella.
Well, he needs a badge just for the work he does with in Pit Lane.
He certainly does.
It's on Channel 31. What night of the week? Online.
Oh, we got Gone Modern. Tell us a bit about it, Brett. Come on, tell us about your show.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. Thanks, Tony. Good to see you again. Hi, everybody. Yes, in Pit Lane, we've moved the program online. Unfortunately, the resources and the support wasn't there to continue the weekly show on 31. We do have a new show on Channel 31, starting in a couple of weeks' time on a Friday night at 8 o'clock. But it's not a motorsport show. It's a live music show called The Tune Up. So you'll all remember that. Not the Italian Tune Up, the Melbourne Tune Up, but it is the Tune Up, 8 o'clock Friday nights on Channel 31. But if you want to watch, keep up with what we're doing on In Pit Lane with events like this, for instance, make sure you like and subscribe to the In Pit Lane YouTube channel, and you can watch us live every Tuesday night at 8:30 for our bit of a chat session called Full Course Yellow and all the other stuff we do.
Oh, you've been a busy boy, Brett, but what about Facebook? Still doing the Facebook site?
Still got Facebook, we've got Instagram, although I don't understand it. None of us do. I don't think we're meant to. I haven't done TikTok yet because that sounds very dangerous, and the Chinese know enough about me already.
Good on you, mate. Well done, and we'll look forward to all of that happening. So good on you. Well, hope you get some good footage and film.
I'll tell you an interesting story. Brett and I did the first speedway race together for television out at Bacchus Marsh. And the two of us sort of stood there together, nearly got run over 6 or 7 times, but we had a terrific night because I did a show on 31 and Optus Vision as well called In Pit Lane. And we did that for about 7 years, and we worked with Brett quite extensively.
Well, that's great stuff. All right, so now we've got some business to do here very shortly. We'll be having our president to come along and welcome everybody for the event. So that will be coming up about 11:40 or thereabouts. So that's good. That'll be happening. What about our 11:40? We've got the fashion parade in about another 5 minutes. The competition for that will be happening, and then we'll have the fashion parade 11:50. So things are happening. So just keep an eye on your watch, and we'll keep you a little bit update. So Paul Vermont will be here shortly to do a little bit of a intro to the meeting. So we'll just take a little break for a second until all that happens. lights on, I'll do an intro for one. Ladies and gentlemen, if I just have your attention, please. A little bit of housekeeping to do. As I introduce Mr. Paul Vermont, the president of the MG Car Club. Welcome to the event, Paul.
Thank you very much, Ron. It's certainly my pleasure to welcome you all here today on a magnificent day, and what an amazing turnout that we've got here. The sun's shining, which is a bit better than yesterday's morning, but what I'd like to do is welcome people here, obviously everyone who's here at the moment, as well as some distinguished guests. We have with us today Cindy McLeish, who's their local member for Eildon, and we have Aaron Violi, is the local member for Casey. We're also being supported by the local council, Nillumbuk, and we have Carl Cowie, the CEO, as well as John Demarest, who's the mayor of Nillumbuk. So welcome to those, and of course, we've all seen his car here. John Bowie, our patron, is circulating amongst the area, so look out for him and say hello. All right, and a very special welcome to the Ford clubs. I think we've got about 4 or 5 different Ford clubs represented here with a wonderful lineup of their cars, helping us celebrate 100 years of Ford in Australia. So what a marvellous turnout for them, and thank you for supporting this event. We also have a bit of an international flavour to the event with the British Brake Shoe Challenge. We have some visitors from Britain out here doing a regularity up the hill. They're from Prescott Hill Climb, our sister hill climb in the UK, and they're vying for the Brake Shoe Trophy. And I know who we're all going to be supporting, so that's excellent. And last but not least, I would like to welcome and thank the local organisations such as the Panton Hill Fire Club, CFA. They have been supporting us for many, many years, and we very much appreciate their help. And also the St Andrews Pony Club here, providing some food, and some pretty good food too, judging by the queue lining up for it. So thank you very much for coming along. And we also have Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia. So they have a stand over up the top near the rotundas. Right, and they'd be very keen to talk to you and help you out with some things. So with that, I'll pass you back to Ron. Enjoy the day.
Thanks very much, Paul, and well done to everybody involved. So as I just said before, at around about now, the 11:45, the entries for the fashion parade are happening, and should be down there. If you're in the fashion parade, pop down and get ready for that. I see a few people making their way down, actually, which is good. So pop down if you're in the fashion parade for 11:45 start. 11:50 we'll have the fashion parade. That'll be worthwhile having a look at. I've seen some pretty fancy-looking people wandering about the place. So go on down and get your cameras out and get a few photos. And at 12:15 we'll have the Long Lost movie. It's a world premiere of a black and white film that was found in an old warehouse or somewhere in Sydney. Someone spotted it and said, I think we should not throw that out and give it to somebody that cares, as they say. So it got into the MG Car Club. It's been revamped and cleaned up by the MG Car Club at some expense, but it's all done and looks beautiful apparently. So we'll look forward to catching up with that. That'll be on the big screens a little bit later on at around about 12:15. Now it should be the fashion parade should be on at the moment. If you go down to the centre stage, a few people I know are going off down. Have a bit of a look, and don't forget at 12:15 we've got that long lost movie, the world premiere. Unfortunately, we don't have a red carpet, but it'll be all happening very soon. So Andy and Sharon White are just disappearing off for lunch. Away they go. Andy telling me that he's about to head off to Shelsley Walsh in a couple of weeks. That'll be nice. The opening of their season in Europe. So he'll be pretty pleased to see that. Okay, so a few things happening. So 12:15, the long lost movie, and the fashion parades should be happening right now.
Well, like in the race together.
Yep, James.
And what is the outfit, James? Are you a driver of a particular car?
I drive an Elfin Mono, and this is an IndyCar appreciation setup.
Excellent. And the hat is that part of the normal get-up for Indy drivers?
Yep, sure is.
Love it. Excellent. And you're prepared for all types of weather as well. Well done. Thank you very much. Okay, beautiful. Who else we got? All right. That looks like all the drivers. I can see other drivers, but they're shy. All right. Our next category is children, and I have been told that there are here comes some gorgeous looking good. Watching the cars go around the track. Oh, look at that swirl. Can you do that again? That was really good. Thanks, Harvey. Do you want to stay on stage with the others? Thank you very much. Have we got any other children? Hello, another 50s house out today. Did you clean up first and cook his breakfast?
I had to wake up very early.
Yes, like all of us, yes. But, our husbands are very important.
Yes, he's the king of our household.
And look at this beautiful girl. What's her name?
Penelope.
Look how beautiful. And is that a dress that's special to your family? Is it? Sorry,
My auntie made it.
How amazing. Beautiful. Is there another one? Here he comes. Hello. Hi, Albert. How are you? We have a whole family in vintage outfit, which I think is fab. Is the 1950s, and where we can be a little bit flexible if you're 50 or prior, and we want to see you up here. You look gorgeous. Oh, what's your name?
Rebecca.
Hi, Rebecca. I love your outfit. Beautiful brooch. Did your husband let you out today, or are you not married yet?
Not married yet.
Oh, well, you'll find someone soon. Don't worry. It's okay. All right. Fit special to you? Oh, I love it. Fabulous. Excellent. What we got? Come on, guys. Don't be shy. We know you're not, or you wouldn't have dressed up. What's your name? Kelly, how are you? And Rob Kelly. Probably be any era. 20s. Flat. Oh, Is it real? Absolute. How many carats is that? Real from Timu, probably. Well, I don't know who Timu are because it's the 50s, but it sounds very posh. So I'm sure it's real. All right, thank you guys. Excellent. Who we got next? Come on, 50s ladies. Oh, that's great. Hello, I love your hair. How did you do those curls? That's a trick. I'm with you on that. Now, you look gorgeous. Is this a family outfit? No?
This is an op shop find.
Oh, the best kind. Excellent. Fabulous. Everything's coordinated as it should be, even down to the lip. Beautiful. Thank you.
Kate.
Hi, Kate. I love you. Now, you've got the 40s vibe, which is just divine. Is this something special, this outfit, that you also op shop? Did you do the...
Just, is so comfortable, it's like pajamas, so...
And it looks lovely warm. And I heard good news. My 25-year-old daughter told me on like me. But we'll gorgeous. Does the fur belong to anyone from your past or?
My late mother-in-law.
I love those stories. Did she love it?
I never met her.
Okay.
I inherited the fur because I was the only girl in the family.
Fabulous, and I'm sure she would be thrilled that it's having an outing again. Excellent. Thank you, Jean. Lovely. Come on, guys. You look very like you just want to get up here and do it. Yay, give us a twirl. That's such a twirl dress. What's your name?
My name is Nate.
You, a fellow 50s girl. Yeah, I'm a little bit more conservative than you, though. Oh, thank you. So the polka dots, do you dance or are you...
No, I did a long time ago, but the actual dress is from the vintage.
Yes.
Great shop down there, so anyone down that area, beautiful.
And did you get it especially for the occasion? Or?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Give us another twirl. Woohoo! Yay! All right, who else we got? Yeah, come and stay with us. Yep. Hello. How are you? What's your name?
Carla.
I'm forgetting the microphone to move it.
The hair has not survived the wind today. It got a bit more blown out than I was expecting, but...
I think we'll make allowances for this in the judging, and I'm sure. Look, your hair looks fabulous. Curls were.
It did look better before.
Great. The thing that I really love, and this is important in the judging, is it's all in the details.
We tried this. It's a proper red vintage lipstick, so I thought it would be fitting for today.
I think it's amazing for today. Thank you very much. It looks fabulous. Well done. Yay. Anyone else from the 50s? Oh, we've still got a few to go. I bet they're probably watching the clock now and thinking we should better speed it along. Hello, what's your name? You wouldn't be seen out with gloves on, would you?
I've already been told I look like the Queen, so...
Nothing. A lovely young lady in her 20s, isn't she?
Something like that, yeah, it's perfect.
Oh, fabulous. Thank you, Glenda. Excellent. Wow. Oh, now you look like you're straight out of Ask the Midwife. The cheeky one.
The cheeky one. So, please tell me about this outfit. It's gorgeous.
Hi everyone, I'm Miss Apollina. I enjoy doing pin-up competitions. It's just all part of the fun. And it's great to see how many people came for a third event. So thank you everyone for coming and watching us all. So what I'm wearing is a jacket that actually is my mum. So it's nice to have pieces from my mum, and I actually do collect brooches. I have lots of brooches. And my dress is from a shop in Melbourne called, I've forgotten the name. But anyway, it's all part of the fun. I dress up nearly every weekend like this. It's just fun, like dressing up as a woman and getting compliments, and love seeing the women dress so beautifully. So
I've got my matching glow mesh purse. Oh, fabulous. All the accessories are here. Thank you very, very much. You look amazing. Do you want to do a little swirl? Oh, that's the cut on that is fabulous. Thank you very, very much. Yay. All right. Anybody else before we go to the 60s? Yes. Come on, guys. Excellent. Oh, we got a family. Yay. I love it. The couple's prize could also be a family prize. Right, who have we got here? Erin. Hi, Erin. Nice to meet you too. You look fabulous, very rocker. Who have we got here? Kirby. Hi, Kirby. And?
Grumpy.
And Grumpy. Grumpy, Kirby, and Erin. Excellent. Hello, all of you, straight out of the 50s. Are you having a good day? We've got lots of red polka dots, which are just fabulous. I love it. And the bobby socks, which is great. Well done. You all look great. Yay. Thanks, guys. Come on up. Well, we can tell you what era you are. What's your name? Jane. Hi, Jane. I think this jacket is very 50s. Hi. How was your mum's?
It's the only one I saved. I wish I'd saved them all.
Plus, you've got your emergency pearls on, so I could clearly say that you're 50s, really. Yeah. Yeah, well done. I love that it's your mum's. That's great. Well done. Excellent. Who have we got next? Look at these beautiful ladies. Hello. How fun. What's your name?
Glenda.
Hello, Glenda. Don't you look great?
I tried.
You've got the belt, you've got the pearls, you've got the shoes. Is the coat someone that you know from, no?
Op shop.
All op shop? Not everything. You look fabulous. Well done. Are you enjoying it?
This is my first, and I had a great time.
Excellent. Great. Thank you, Glenda. Stay with us. Hopefully you're not all getting too tired standing up there for too long. Hello, how are you? What's your name?
My name's Tina.
Oh, the wasps have come to join us, I think. Damn. Don't you look great? Have you had a bereavement? You've got the hairnet, or is it just on your way to Mass?
Yes, on my way to Mass. That's the way it is, yes.
Of course. Well, it's Sunday morning, yes, and absolutely. No, it looks brilliant. And again, the polka dots. And can you give us a swirl and the gloves? Oh, brilliant. And I love this little shawl. Can we keep nice? Yeah. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, see you later. Okay, who's next? We've got our 50s family here. Hello. How are you? What's your name?
My name's Mr. Luca Luca.
Mr. Luca Luca?
Mr. Luca Luca, that's me.
Excellent. Lovely to meet you. And what are you driving, Mr. Luca Luca?
I was just wondering where the start line was, actually, at the lovely Rob Roy Revival.
Is it too late for him to enter? I think you might have missed the choir. Oh, no, it's all right. You can join. You can start line right over there. Yep.
Thank you very much. Today I'm wearing a three-piece suit, which is a recreation from Lord's Menswear in Geelong West. So I came here all the way from Geelong with Miss Apollina as well. Yeah.
So Would it be fair to say that you are both professional vintage outfit wearers?
I think it's getting that way, yes. Ever since I met her, my tie collection, everything has just gone bananas, and I love it.
Did she iron your shirts? Or did you do it yourself?
I did it myself.
Yay! And everything just looks so smick. Woo! Love it. Excellent. Thank you very much. Come on then. We've got our 50s family here. Oh, hello. Now, what's your name?
Katie.
Hi, Katie. We've met both your beautiful children. What's your husband's name or your partner's name? Lee. Hi, Lee. How are you? Don't you look fabulous? Very, very nice. The dress, has it got a story? Forgetting.
Just an op shop score.
Yeah, it's fabulous, and the bobby socks to go with. Yay! Hey! Thank you, guys. You look great. Excellent. All right. Anyone else? No? All right. So, next up, are you all getting really tired? A little bit longer. Now, who we got from the 60s? Oh, you want to be in the kids one? It's not too late. Come on, you can come up and be in the kids one because you look so gorgeous. What's your name?
Ruby.
Oh, Ruby, a ruby dress for a ruby girl. How pretty. Where did you get your dress from?
That's from home.
And how old are you?
4.
Ruby, well done. Do you want to give us a twirl in your pretty dress? Yay! That is gorgeous. Do you want to wait over there somewhere, or you can go back with Mum and Dad if you like, and come back later in a minute when we do the judging. Up to you. All right, 60s. Come on, all the 60s people. Oh, the suit. Wow, you two are really dressed for a swish day at the races. What are your names?
My name's Lou.
And I'm Tim.
Hello, Tim. Wow, very, very smart. And this style of hat, Tim, I haven't seen for a long time. Looks like straight out of a black and white photo, doesn't it? It's great. And pearls. And I love your buttons. Is this...
There's a bit of a story to this suit, Donna. It's from my mother-in-law, who's now 95, and I've been admiring it every time I've been to the UK to visit her. And a few years ago, she gave it to me, and I looked at the tag, and it's a Ted Lapidus suit made in Sweden back in the 60s. And Ted Lapidus was an apprentice to Christian Dior, and he dressed Twiggy and John Lennon and lots of other very famous people. The Abbey Road suit that John Lennon wore, that white suit, that was a Ted Lapidus suit.
How fabulous.
It's very special to me, and all original pearl buttons, and I feel honoured to wear it.
I'm so glad that you did, because it's such a beautiful suit. Well done. Thank you. Excellent. All right. Anyone else? Oh, we do have someone. Oh, are you guys going to come up? Come on then. Hello. Oh, well, you got the beret on. Oh, you don't want to be in the fashion parade? No, you don't. You can be if you want to be. What's your name?
Charmaine.
Hi, Charmaine. How are you? You look gorgeous. And what's your name?
Ken.
Hi, Ken. Lovely. Are you having fun? And your dress is gorgeous. And it's got the real fifth. Oh, I think it's a bit 60s. Yeah, beautiful. Gorgeous. Thank you. Excellent.
That's how Charmaine used to dress in Jamaica.
Are you from Jamaica? Fabulous. How long have you been in Australia?
Oh, too long.
Thank you, Charmaine. All right, I'm going to have to get moving because I'm probably going to get the wrap up in a minute. They want to start the race again. We've got some people who are here to give me some physio on my leg. We better get them up here. Come on, get into it. Yay!
All right, so everyone's ready. All right, so just get a line. We could all just line up and start some stretches. Yep, just like this. All right, okay, cool. No, this isn't the YMCA? Oh, God.
So, the 80s, the fluoros. I remember the 80s.
I don't.
We came in our 80s car today, our 1984 VK, so we decided we should dress for the car.
There is a saying that if you've lived through an era once, you have no right to wear anything from that era again. So I couldn't pull it off, but you pull it off perfectly. Yay! What are your names?
My name's Pat Lamon.
Lamon.
And Christy.
And Christy. Woohoo! Give it up for our two 80s leotard people. All right. Is that everybody? Come on, don't be shy. You don't have to talk. If there's anybody who's too shy to talk, but just wants to be in the judging, then come up now. Do you want to talk or are you too shy? That's okay. Maybe just tell us your name.
Emma.
It's Emma. Yay! Actually, speaking of people who are too shy, Melinda is here today. I'll get to you in a minute. Where is she? It's her birthday today, and I was told that she'll be really mad at me for saying happy birthday, and there's no way she'll come up, I don't think. But I said I'd do it anyway and get in trouble. All right, happy birthday, Melinda. Any other birthdays? All right, anybody else want to come? Yes. Oh, look who's here. Straight from the local 7-Eleven.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Elvis, how's Priscilla?
We don't talk often.
That's a pity. But look, there are plenty of lovely women here who you could...
There's a lot of honeys here, that's for sure.
There's a lot of honeys here. What's your name?
Serafina Obedia's rocking Elvis.
And you're going to be singing for us later, I heard. Perfect. Excellent. Good. All right. I think we better get on with the judging. Am I in trouble for time? Probably. All right. So we have some prizes. The first prize that we're going to award is to the drivers. So could I get all the drivers just to come out? Oh, thank you. Excellent. Oh, you're really good. Here we go. Now, the driver prize is that one with the British flag on. Excellent. Oh, wow. Okay, I do love an accessory. So, yeah. All right. Oh, God, this is really hard. All right, but I think I'm going to have to give it to the accessorised bloke over here. What's your name again? Thanks, James. Want to say anything?
Thank you very much.
Now, I'm going to get my assistant to pick the prize, and we have some champagne for you as well. But I do want to say thank you so much to all our other beautiful contestants who all look fabulous. Well done to all of you. All right. Yay. The next one is the kids, and that's the one here with the stars on it. Yep. That's it. Thank you. All right. Now, can we have our little kids up? Thanks, James. Yes, we've got a prize here. Oh, okay. And we've also got Ruby. Don't forget to come up, Ruby. All right. And the little Bubba, I've forgotten her name. Penelope. I've got my assistant here. I'm not making use of her enough. Yeah, maybe you take the names. All right. Well, look, I think this is really tricky, but I think I'm going to give it to Harvey, and I'll tell you why. He's got his name on his mechanic's outfit, and he's got all the cars and everything. But the rest of you also look gorgeous. I love your beautiful hat and your beautiful dress. And so, Harvey, would you like to have a little prize? Yay! Thank you, guys. They look gorgeous. Now, our next prize is going to be for our 50s people, 50s or before. And that prize is, I think that one with the gold there. That one there. Thank you. I'll give it to you. Thank you. All right, our beautiful 50s outfits. Oh, wow. I'm too close to the microphone. Oh, this is really,
really hard. You all look so gorgeous. You really do. I can't. Oh, I think I'm going to give it to. Is it Glenda in the orange hat? Glenda in the orange hat. Congratulations, Glenda.
Thank you very much.
You look fabulous. All right, come and get your pin. And there's a bottle of champagne for the winners as well. Does it match your outfit? Well done. Perfect. All right. Thank you, Glenda. Everyone, round of applause for Glenda. Thank you so much to all of you, so much effort. We've still got an overall prize winner too, so don't go too far. Now, the next one is the 60s.
Okay, we can see things are going pretty well down at the fashion parade. They're just
And the 80s.
breaking away. I'm not sure who's won or who's lost, but anyway, they've had a great time down there. We've been watching that on the TV. And kids dressed up, fantastic, in little racing outfits.
Oh gosh,
got some bodybuilding, fitness people there. Have a look at that.
I don't know. They sort
Very
of
nice
are.
indeed.
I mean, I don't
So that's all
know
happening.
whether the pin
And
is
we'll
really
be
gonna work
proceeding
with
with
the 80s outfit,
support
but
hill
that
climbing
really
at
isn't,
about
like,
12:30.
Because I think the 80s
So that's
just
in
for
about
pure,
5 to 10 minutes'
sheer
time. We'll be on
boldness
the racetrack again.
Is a fabulous
Prostate Foundation
thank
Council
you very
announcement,
much.
auction of
Excellent.
memorabilia
Well done.
items at the main stage. So
And
that'll be
then
happening
I've got
shortly
the
as
best
well.
couple. Oh, and what's that one? Best couple. Oh, forgot about best. Yes, I've got a best dressed woman and a best dressed man. So we need all the. Maybe we'll get all the men up again. Sorry, and then we'll get all the women, and then we'll do the couple. Men. Oh my God, I've taken so much longer than 20 minutes. I'm going to do this fast. You can definitely count. Well, buddy. Excellent. Oh, gosh. All right. It's hard. I need to hold off for some couples prizes too. I'm being conscious of that too. I think I'm going to award it to this lovely dapper man because I love the hat and I think everything goes beautifully together. What's your name, sorry?
Tim.
Thank you so much, Tim. Well done.
Okay, tractor's being
All right.
cleared now. All the
Now,
radio
maybe if the blokes
checks
stay
are happening.
here and we'll do the couples. If you're a couple, stay here. Sorry, I should say. We'll do the best dressed couple. Come on then. All right. What do you think? It's hard, isn't it? But look, I don't think I can really go past this fabulous vintage couple here in the centre. What were your names again?
I'm Miss Appolina, and that's Mr. Luca Luca.
Thank you, guys. Well done. There is a pin for both of you, and my lovely assistant here will pin those on you, and there'll be some champagne for you as well. Now we've got final one is the lady. All the girls. Thank you. Oh gosh, it's really hard. Thank you very much. Well done. You look gorgeous. Oh, I can't choose. Hopefully no one says, oh God, why didn't you choose that woman? Because you all look fabulous and it's actually really, really hard. And I'm still still deciding. Okay. Let's see. I do love the pink suit and I do love the 40s ladies over here and I love the 50s get up right here. You all look fabulous. I think I'm going to award it to you because you really do look the whole bit. What's your name again?
Rebecca.
Thank you, Rebecca. You look fabulous. Give us a twirl. Woohoo! And there's your pin. It will be pinned on you. Actually, it's not too bad a match, is it, for the outfit? All right, I probably won't get asked back next year because I think I've taken 3 times as long as I was supposed to, but that was so much fun. Now, those of you who were winners, please, I think there's a bottle of champagne hanging around for you somewhere, and you're going to get your pin on you very shortly. Those of you who weren't, oh my God, it was so close because you all look so fabulous and the effort is just amazing and I love it. And we're all winners because we can see how fabulous you all look, and it was great. Thank you so very much, everyone. Yay. Oh, perfect. Yes. Excellent. Thank you. Oh God, I took so long.
That's all right. If you could just stay... Am I on there? Can you hear? Right. If I could just have your attention, I'm very pleased to welcome Tony Morrissey from the Prostate Council Foundation. Tony's got some really interesting items of car racing memorabilia, which we're going to auction. So I'm going to hand it over to Tony because he's got the smooth voice of an auctioneer.
Okay, guys, so I'm cleaning out my old motor racing stuff because I just can't go and do it anymore. But a few years ago, we had Queensland come along and say
said the
that
cars are lined
they
up
were going to
to
take
start
the
the
Sandown
afternoon
500.
runs.
And they went
So
off and
better start proceedings
had the
again,
Sandown
so
500 go to
it all
Queensland,
happening
which
again
seemed
at
rather
Rockwood
ridiculous. And I worked on pit lane on that particular day with Craig Denyer and a number of other guys. And we were sponsored by Palmer Steel Mills. And that's one of their GTR jackets, or GTP jackets. And it has been worn once. One day at Sandown, was a little bit wet. And what I want to do is I want to auction this. And we're going to start the bidding at $50. And the reason I'm going to start at $50 is if you give us a $50 donation, we'll give you one of these as well. Okay? So you can get a DJ.
Okay, we're starting to get underway now. With a few more cars rocking up to the start.
A jacket.
And we'll get underway with,
choice of two
I think
jackets
it's the Mount
and a
Panorama
couple of t-shirts.
group,
Do I
which
have
is
anybody
all
that's got
Falcon
$50?
GTs
Come on, let's see
and things like that.
$50 for the jacket. An absolute pearler. Anyone else? Anyone ready to go to $55 and take the jacket? $55. Do we have someone that's happier to go over $55 for the jacket? Can we see anyone? $100? $100? You are an absolute gentleman. You've just won a jacket for $100. Thank you very much. And if you go across to our stand.
Okay,
just
so that was
straight
one of the
across back
Capris.
here,
That was
I'll
the
give
Ford
you
V8
a DJ
Capri.
jacket
We
as
didn't
well.
sort of see
How's
that
Thank you so much.
run up
And,
there before, but
all
let's
the
see
money
what
is
his time,
going to
27.39. So anything under 30 seconds.
Now, our next
and I think we're using the
Sandown
full
500
circuit this time.
came
We're
back
using
to
the older
Sandown,
track,
and John
not
Davidson
using
took
the
over the event.
not using
And I was back
the
down pit lane at Sandown
chicane.
again. It was
And
the Tickford
this is
500,
another one of the
of
Falcons
which
going out, John Bow.
ran a Sierra in this particular race. Now, I'm happy to start off here at $20.
Okay, so John Bow is
We have
supposed to be
$20
driving
from
this one,
anybody
but
that would like the
I can't
Tickford
tell if it's
500.
John
It is
there
a
at all.
bit of a
I'm not
relic
sure that
now.
it is somehow.
It got worn on that day.
But anyway,
it's a
it's
bit of a
Mark.
relic because
No, 64, sorry, Mark Delahoy in the
Racing cars.
GTHO Phase 2 replica. Quite a few replicas around and they look pretty good. Nicely off, nice bit of grip there.
These Falcon GT drivers like to sort of spin the wheels and smoke the tyres, don't they, Rod?
And this one in particular.
Number 71, yeah.
Car 71 is Gary Quigley in an XY Falcon GTHO Phase 3.
Phase 3, yeah. This is the real big mother for Phase 3, isn't it? Yeah.
And that looks a bit of like a proper racer. It's got a lot of instrumentation across the front there, full roll bars. So it's not exactly your local shopping car.
No, I don't think so, Ron. No, you're right.
So the time for Mark was a 31.92. So as I said, we must be using the taking the chicane out for the afternoon runs. Now, this will be a nice slippery, slidey run for some of these
yes, it will
cars.
be, yeah.
They really get a good drift up towards the finish line.
Yep, a bit of oversteer and away they go. I hope he's got
Wow.
shares in Dunlop rubber, Ron.
Yeah, beautiful change in the second gear. That looks like a Russell Mead type gear change,
It
that
does,
one.
yeah. Russell's not here, of course, this year, but
It's a shame. But anyway, Gary Quigley going up pretty well. Split of 12.77, so that's not too bad at all. As he makes his way up to the finish lines, he'll be in the low 30s, I reckon. Al, 29.26, so pretty close. 29.26. 65E is the Perry Angus car. It's a replica GDHO with a fair bit of patina being put on brand new. Even to the little tyre marks on the bottom of the
yes, he has
auto
too,
light
yeah.
sign there. Someone
Fair
got a
enough.
bit close.
on the back guard as well, Ron, yeah. Bit of tyre rubbing there in the bodywork.
So something different.
As you say, it all adds patina to the vehicle here, which is good fun, yeah. Can't knock him for that. Because these replicas are getting very valuable, Ron. They're worth nearly as much as the original cars now.
Oh my word, they're very expensive.
I suppose if you can't afford the real one, the replica is the next best thing. But they're not cheap these days.
A lot of them sort of start off with the Fairmont sort of body, and because
They do, Ron.
instrumentation and stuff was very similar.
They do, yes, yeah.
So you've got a few old Falcons lying around. That's what you could do.
It could be an auto, that one, possibly.
Sounded that way to me.
Did, yes.
They drove a few autos, you know.
Yes.
They did drive some autos in that sort of event.
No good to drive, Ron? No good?
Yeah. Remember Peebles driving an automatic Mustang in the 6 hour.
I remember that,
at,
yeah.
At
Yes.
Sandown.
Yeah. Remember that?
And it wobbled all over the place, but I think he finished the event.
He was there as the main thing, yeah.
And a 31.92 for that last car that went up. So a little bit slower than the other ones, but any of these sort of cars are getting around 26, 20, at 91 kilometres an hour through the finish line. A later model Falcon, this one, 74 gets away. Stuart Perry. You notice 3 or 4 of these Falcons have got the Venetian blinds in the back.
They have. We've got to keep the sun off somehow, Ron.
Very swish in the day, but not too good if you had the window down and the wind was blowing on it, they would rattle.
They would too.
Remember those Venetian blind things we put on the back, like the
On the outside.
Batman type of things?
Yeah.
They would blow off in a good wind.
Some of the Mustangs had those. The
Yeah.
fastback Mustangs had the black sort of Venetian
I
blinds.
found a few on the road
outside,
once.
yes.
Yeah, I found them on the road. They blow off.
They're quite
Oh.
quick, some of these Falcons, don't they?
There's a bit of mumbo.
I hope he's got shares in Dunlop rubber anyway.
Yeah, my word. Okay, now here's one of our lady drivers. This is Paula Estrick. I'm not
okay.
sure where this Mustang has come from. It's got quite high profile tyres.
Yes, yeah.
Sits up like Jackie. Yeah, but Paula is a record holder here at Rob Roy Hill Climb.
That she
Not in
was.
this car, of course.
That
but
she was, Ron, yeah.
in
many
a
years
little
ago, yep.
open wheeler.
An open wheeler, yep. This is a 65 car. What's the film, Ron?
Well, a couple of bites of the cherry there to get the thing off the line. That's very good.
Falcons over the page, but he's ended over the page. John, yeah, John, 64 plus, see what that means, yeah.
So that's the car there.
Yeah, there's another, maybe it's the same car, I don't know.
It's the same car, but
He's going to drive it, yeah. Anyway.
Okay, we're just wondering where the John Bow car is. He's supposed to be car 64, but and that was Dave Pittman actually getting away in that particular car. That's a 351 GT, but that looks like the end of the Mount Panorama group of cars. As we come back to some sort of normality with cars that will be representing here at Rob Roy many, many years ago in the 30s. The Light Car Club used to run this event here. Car 20 being Nathan Tusker in the Singer 9 Sports. It ran in the 34 Australian Grand Prix.
How about that, Ron? A car of significance, yeah. Quite a famous car.
One, it's this one here.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can have your attention, we have a most interesting film clip that's coming up on the long lost movie of Rob Roy. For those who are interested in
Bell getting away now in the old family Ford. The old Rolton, I should say.
Run on the big screen for your attention. I'm sure you'll find this most enjoyable.
Okay, I believe the video is going to be played very shortly. It'll come up on your big screens. So we'll just wait till that. Here it comes now, the international premiere. Lost footage. The lost film of Rob Roy. Been re-enhanced by the MG Car Club. So we'll just sit back and have a watch this for a moment. Cars will still go up and down the hill, but should be coming up on your big screen. I might even know some of the cars if I could tell you about them. Dick O'Keefe, if you're just down around the area somewhere, Dick O'Keefe, would you come down and see Wayne Rushton, please? down near the broadcast area. Dick O'Keefe, if you're about the place. Wayne Rushton would like to see you down in the Octunga. Thank you. Okay, so what you're looking at here, of course, is some very old footage of early Rob Roy, and look at the way the track was in those days. Very few. Look at the safety features, the people standing right on the edge of the track, Bugattis going round, over the causeway they go there, much the way the circuit is today. Obviously, it's been, that's interesting. The footage on the film at the moment is almost what we're seeing live today, going up the track. There you are. That car is just behind where that bit of footage is right now. Wonderful piece of footage there. That's coincidentally just joined up with there's the old dam. Gaze's Gully, as we call it, because Tony Gaze upended his car into the dam there. So Gaze's Gully it's been ever since. A Lombard, that's a Lombard. The Leach brothers had a Lombard for many years, along with other people. That could be a Bugatti 35, I think. Well, the gentry of Melbourne, of course, ran the cars here. There you are. The bit of footage you see right now is exactly where that Ford V8 Special is going. That's coordinating it very, very well indeed. Now that's a dual-tired car. Now that could be the Doug Whiteford car, which was a Cadillac engine car. You ended up calling it Black Bess after a while. In fact, there is a Black Bess car here today down in the pit area. That was Earl Davey Milne going up the hill climb there in his V8 Special. I think that would have been either Lex Davison or Diana Davis. No, that could be Duckett. That's who that was. That was Lyndon Duckett driving a big Mercedes. I try and get all my names mixed up. They're a long time ago. Vauxhall Special, another Bugatti. Look at the timing. Through and took over a piece of string. There's the timing box at the top of the hill that's not there anymore. And they try to pull the things up in time. A little speed car. Now, Jack Brabham drove a speed car here and took out the record at one stage. So no return road in that day, so we came back down the hill. Not sure who these people are, but good old bit of footage. That looks like it's down in Flinders Street or somewhere in Melbourne.
I've just been talking to one of our old club members, Peter Beasley. Peter showed me a trophy he won here on the first Rob Roy when it started up again under the hands of the MG Car Club in a very well-used dark blue midget that he took fastest time of the day on that. And until a year ago, Peter was still sky jumping. Old Commando, very proud of his time with the Commandos. A real character. It's nice to see the old club members and things coming back to events like this. But anyway, thanks, Peter. Saying hello was very appreciated. Paul Doherty in a Dodge Special. It's interesting how the big American motors are popping up into specials and things because they're so, they're a good big size and very powerful, and they could be tuned and tuned and tuned into higher and higher performances. But gosh, there's a lot of Ford motored cars up here. Apart from the pure Fords, like the Ford Anglia and the big Bathurst kind of Fords and things like that. There's so many cars here today that have a Ford heart to them. I know I was going to mention a T-model Ford that ran here a few runs, just a few moments ago, but I don't think Henry Ford in his wildest dreams ever thought he'd have cars running up Rob Roy at the speeds they're going.
Well, something was very funny there, wasn't there, whatever they were talking about? Pretty dangerous in the pits by the look of it. Cars manoeuvring everywhere. Yeah, looks like a Bentley special of some sort. Take all the body off. That's got racing clearances, that one.
Well, if you asked me which car I'd like to take home, on the very short list would be the car on the track now. Car 41 is the Allard, driven by Graham Smith. To me, a most beautiful car, the Allard, and a real man's car for their day. You always seem to need courage to drive any kind of Allard, particularly the J2, which is the sports version. Now a car that's been up to Rob Roy for many times over many years. Car 62, it's Bill Redpath's a wonderful Oldsmobile special. When you see all that motor and the chassis and the little body protection, it's a car for a hero.
Built by his father, Ron Redpath, from Geelong. Car's been around, as you say, for many years. Had a couple of different engines.
Redpath's a well-known Geelong name.
How many? Well, it's been a wonderful bit of footage to watch on here on the TV, isn't it, Walter? A great bit of footage that they've had on the TV. Wonderful to see that. Look at the way the track is there. And you'll see the demise of some of the trees. That's when they had the fires go through here, and it burnt out a lot of the property up here, of course, on this Black Friday day.
The car we're watching now, car 96, is Ray Sprague in the Solar Midget Ford Special. Really a speedway car originally. It reminds me of the old days when I used to go to Tracy Speedway in West Melbourne. We ride our motorbikes there as a kid and see drivers hit the wall and all sorts of things. Very exciting racing for us when I was a kid.
It would have been too. They call that the little stinker, that car that Ray's got. Yeah. Called the little stinker. It's a bit of a handful. He's had a bit of issues with that car. Here's an old car that you might know, Walter. Is this an MG? Is that a big MG?
It's an SA, you think's the most unlikely car. It's driven across from China to Europe, I think it's about 3 times now, in one of the big international rallies. It's just a marvellous car. And to me, I always thought the most unlikely car that's driven in the wilderness places across from between China and Europe. But everything has a chassis that will stand up for years and years of hammering. One of our very keen MG drivers sets a fantastic example to a lot of other people like me.
Well, car 14 on the grid now too is Marion Shan in the MGT's Milano. Now Milano's had quite a few different bodies. This is a nice looking one, nicely proportioned. some of the early ones had Austin 7 bodies and things on them, or motors and chassis, and they looked a bit short and not quite as streamlined as that. But it's on the lines of a like Ferrari sports car of the day, Maserati type sports cars as well. Italian design by the look of it.
Well, one of the things I've said about TCs for years, doesn't matter what to do with them, you couldn't spoil them. You could leave them bog standard as they came out of the factory. You could strip them up into boy races and put cycle guards.
Well, just like we're looking here, Walter.
You could supercharge them and so on. But that one we're watching now with the special body and so on is a very beautiful version, but it's still a TC underneath.
Well, 19, as you were just talking about, Walter, you make cafe races. This is Fred Brock. Now, Fred's been around to 1949 MGTC, but as you say, stripped down for racing, louvered bonnet, all the fancy bits and pieces, and the lovely exhaust system he's got there, covered over in, well, it looks like chicken wire for here, but it's probably something more expensive. But Fred really gets this thing going pretty well. He's a member of the VHRR as well.
Because you also do marvellous things to the motor. It's a good motor to start with. You could raise the compression, you could supercharge it, big carburetors, extractor exhausts, all the sort of things that make it go faster. And you finish up with a boy racer without spending an absolute fortune on it. One of our old club members, Barry Bricklin, in his TC, a real boy race, this one, stripped down, but still got mud guards and headlights and things. I drive it on the road, of course, but it's a bit quicker than a standard one, and with heavier wheels and things like that, and it's probably got modern steering in it. It's something the original TCs, the steering was only guaranteed to get from Abingdon, where they made them in the factory, down to the wharf and exported. After that, the steering didn't matter. Be a light to drive the car of Gary, then the cream TC. And here's another TC, another boy racer.
Got the cycle guards while on the side exhaust. A boy racer, as you say.
It's Andrew Watson's car. Belonged to one of our very colourful members, Fritz Norton, who's not capable of driving these days, so they sold his boy racer. It was stripped down. It was the fastest TC in club competition for a long, long time. And I remember at a national meeting, Fritz turned on the most fabulous race in a hill climb. It had turned wet, and he had the last run of the day, and he set off in the wet, and he broke the record. He was the fastest car of that hill climb, and it was in the TC, but it was in the wet. Everyone stood up and applauded him. It's an inspired race, which I remember well today. Everyone was just so impressed. And here comes the next TC, car 47, and it's...
It may be a late entry, well, who knows?
It must be a late entry. I don't have the entry, I don't have in our catalogue here. But a beautiful special with stripped down, with extractors down the side. Probably just get the driver's door open by the look of where I am, with the exhaust underneath. Aluminium bonnet, lightened by a lot. It's sort of everyone that wants to own a TC. This is almost the image that many people would like to have. And the old car that I know is the Meat Safe Special. It's had this unique bonnet drilled out for lightness, no louvers down the side. I bet it's aluminium underneath. And it's driven today by Ian Edgar. It's still known as the Meat Safe Special. It's had various owners. It seems to have been around forever.
Ian is a past president of the MG Car Club, well, as you know. He also has his Sebring MGA Coupe in it.
It'd be a very, very light car with so much aluminium, no mudguards, no spare wheel carry or anything like that. Stripped down for racing.
Maybe another late entry wall, not in the program.
Another car that's not on our program here, car number 30, the Triumph 3A, I think it is. Certainly a Triumph. And I think it's a 3A.
I think his car's used in historic motorsport.
I had a TR3 for several years, used in a lot of mountain trials and things like that. A very strong car, but I always thought the blighter was trying to get at me. I never really trusted its handling like some of the other cars I've had, but of course it was partly my fault. I had it on winter tread tyres because we did so much motoring during the winter and in mud and things like that. But I have great memories of my days with the TR3.
Car number 40 is
Mine was the one with the what they call the egg crate grill on it.
car number 40 is driven by
3A,
David
all
Norris.
the front of them.
He shares his car with his wife, Ruth Norris. They competed in historic motorsport fairly regularly. Motorsport family. It's got a different front on it, of course. Got a Sebring front, as they call it. Quite a quick car. And driven well by David, very quick.
If ever a car designed for a young clubman, the MG Midget was it. And for its day, but of course it wasn't long before people wanted to make them go faster. I mentioned a little while ago Peter Beasley setting fastest time of the day in the first hill climb run by the MG Car Club years ago. But that one's got a special, probably a fiberglass bonnet, I'd think, on it, and altering its appearance altogether. And a very attractive car as a result.
Car number 44 was our next works car wall in the 1962 Sebring 12-hour race in America. It's a famous car.
Ian Pryor, when he got this car, was not much more than a load of junk. Very historic remains of an MG that actually competed at Sebring in America, one of the big, very big races. It's got a special light on the roof that you could shine at night if it was coming into the pits and needed tyres or fuel. But Ian has done an absolutely fabulous job of restoring a very historic MG. We're very, very proud of Ian and very proud to have the car in the club. It really is a marvellous car, and it's great to see a car brought back from the grave and turned into something as good as it is. One of the very pretty cars, car 55, is Christine Crombie in the Austin Healey 104.
Oh, okay, yeah.
A very sweet shaped car that, like the MGA, time is very kind to them. The older they get, the better they look.
Another bug-eye Sprite. Well, in America they call them frog-eye sprites. We call them bug-eye sprites. Same thing. The headlights mounted above the bodywork. But in England they call them frog eyes. We call them bug eyes.
Well, the Bug-Eye was designed to be a very cheap, lowly priced sports car. Nothing extra on it. horrible side curtains, no bonnet to lift up. So if you had your lunch or a spare wheel, it was all tucked down the back of the car where you couldn't get at it, and that's where it stayed. And the lift up front with a handle that stuck down, which got knocked off on the first high bump. But just the same, superb handling for a low-powered car. And as a consequence, very much sought after today with the Austin Healey Club and so on. They're bringing high prices in good conditions, in very, very good condition. They're a marvellous little car.
Car number 28, as we say, is another Bug-Eye Sprite. At the
This one is
Rob Roy.
stripped down with no windscreen, no aero screen either for that matter, but a safety rollover bar. Believe me, they took quite a bit of rolling over, but being a lightweight car, you didn't have much protection if you did do the big flip. Warren Reed's next up. The Austin A30 Gino Special. An Austin A30, but you've got a less likely car to finish up looking like this. Gosh, the little Austin A30s were bread and butter cars all over Europe, all over Australia for a while. Usually holding up the traffic because they weren't very quick.
No, they weren't, well, as you say.
Like the early Volkswagens. You know the story of them. Early Volkswagen, they had a high, their top revs was their cruising speed, you couldn't burst them. And the standard old joke of all the cars in Australia lined up from Adelaide to Alice Springs, someone in a Volkswagen pull out and try and pass the lot.
Quite a quick A30, Wal, wouldn't you think? Probably A30 based, I would imagine. Engine, maybe suspension, things like that. Car 281.
Of the short list of cars I'd like to take home from this meeting today, one's on the line now. It's
John Hardy.
It's
Alpine Renault.
In the Renault Alpine. Beautiful cars, these Alpines. Although you've got to be very good friends if you got two up in a rally and you've got large bodies. They're very cramped but very French, absolutely stunningly beautiful cars. I'm envious of anyone that owns an Alpine.
Most unlucky rally car, as you say, Wal, but
unfortunately today I couldn't drive it. I've taken my licence away.
Bob Watson won the Australian Rally Championship in one of these Renault Alpines many years ago in the 70s. I don't know who the navigator was, but he was the driver. John Hardy's a regular competitor in historic motorsport.
The French Alpines were very popular all around Europe, particularly in France, of course, and many of them competed in all the conditions you get at the Monte Carlo Rally, where you force your way through all sorts of railway crossings, snowfalls, roadblocks, anything like that. It's a tough rally to get to the finish and then compete in the sub-events. The Alpines were very well represented.
But a lot of power, as you can see in here.
That Zephyr Motors obviously tuned to produce a lot of power by the performance of the car then. Most impressively quick car.
Car number 8 is Prad, driven by Jeff Welsh. Now Prad, P-R-A-D, are the first letters of the two builders. Clive Adams, and you get P-R-A-D. The first two letters of their Christian names, and you put them together and you get Prad. It's got a grey hull motor with Repco crossflow head on it. Very famous crossflow head, very rare. Jeff's had this car for many, many years.
Like in the 1930s, people very quickly cottoned on to how good the Ford V8 motor was and what you could do with it. It wasn't long when General Motors brought out the Holden and the Grey motor that people realised what you could do to that motor. And so a lot of early Holden motors have finished up in specials because you could get one cheap from a wrecker and you could buy all sorts of parts to go in it. There's no real worry about importing exotic parts from Italy or Spain or somewhere like that with some of the exotic cars I've had over the years. That's what we've been seeing off the starting line then was a TC with a Holden motor in it. Oh, not another General Motors car, but certainly bigger than the TC motor and a damn sight more powerful.
Car number 139 is Glenn Shepherd in the 1951 Jaguar Mark 7 Special. Obviously Jaguar Mark 7 engine, probably maybe different gearbox and front suspension with a sort of sleek body on it. I've never seen this car before. It's a first at Rob Roy. Very quick though, as you can hear and see. And here is Phil Stafford from the MG Car Club with his Fiat replica special with a Holden motor. Well, he's got a red Holden engine in it, but the rest of the car is sort of Fiat special. It is wild, yes it is. He did it all himself apparently, yeah. It's a replica on about a 1925 Fiat with a late model engine in it. It was only just finished a few weeks ago and this is his first event.
What we've been looking at then with the aluminium car, a Fiat Special, just a beautiful example of coachwork of shaping aluminium. It's all brand new and extremely clean. Now the job, of course, is to try and keep it shiny like that, which is a real problem with aluminium. But detergents and all the germs and rubbish you get off the road in the rain and things like that. There's a lot of aluminium to clean, but it looks so absolutely beautiful now. It's lovely to have it up here at Rob Roy.
Car number 50 is David Reed in the Faux Pas Special. This was a copy of a 1959 Cooper, built many, many years ago. It's got a grey motor with a Ripco cross-flow head. Another one of those cross-flow headed Holden motors. Very quick, very quick. As you can see, it's a very fast car.
That last car is another emission off the catalogue.
Car number 77 is the Nala Holden. It's again a grey Holden motor with a supercharger in the front. I used to see this car when it was a current car, competed Calder in the 60s, that long ago. It's now an historic car, of course. Car number 4 is Paul Ewins to the Bowl Imp. It's a very early bowler, probably in the early 60s, I'd say, Mark IV, with a Hillman motor in it. I think.
Are they?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Number 4 gets away quite smartly. There's another Elfin Streamliner, car number 11. These cars were built in the late 50s, early 60s by Gary Cooper, of course, in South Australia, with all different sorts of engine and running gear. This is called Matt Scott, an Elfin BMC. Looks like an MGA engine, I'd say. An Elfin Streamliner. A very quick car in their day and very popular. This has got an MGA engine, 1600cc. It's got like the Dunlop wheels that they used to use on D-tops as well. All the holes, the fluted holes, which are good for cooling the brakes. That's what they're there for. Get airflow onto the brake drums, etc. Green light and away he goes. Car number 11, Matt Scott, 1960 Elfin Streamliner.
Well, that lovely car we've just seen leave the starting line, you couldn't really get a lower, more streamlined car than that. What a lovely bit of shape for a car. If you wanted something low, and of course the lower they are, generally the better they handle. You're keeping your centre of gravity as low as possible in line with the axles and things. The higher the car is, and the more top heavy, of course, it puts a lot more strain on tyres and things like that. It means you often have to compensate with wider and wider wheels, which still gives you more drag. There's many ways of making a racing car.
Car number 85 is another Elfin Streamliner. 1959, one of the very early Streamliners with a B-Series engine in it. And number 95 is another Elfin Streamliner. Daniel Jeffries with a 1960 East MGA, looks like an MGA engine, BMC A-Series Streamliner. That might be even 998cc, so it could be just a Morris Minor engine or Helix Sprite engine. Lovely car, very pretty car. These cars are all built in South Australia in the late 50s, early 60s by Gary Cooper. It's a recipe for a really good competition car.
Looking at the catches on the side of this car, if you undid the catches, the bonnet would come up for maintenance, but also the sides of the car would come off to get it the chassis and all the works underneath, the brake, the brake mechanism and things like that. Easy maintenance.
Car number 88 is Paul O'Connor in the Lotus Mark 6 Climax, one of the early Colin Chapman's Lotuses that he built in the early 50s.
The idea of the original Clubman, like the one we're looking at now, Colin Chapman, was a stark car you could drive to work on Mondays and Tuesdays, but you hope it wasn't wet, or you could then drive it to the track on Sunday morning and have a day of competition, and then drive it home again. Don't put it on a trail, it's meant to go on the road. That's the idea of the Clubman. But over the years, a lot of clubmen have got more and more specialised and less suitable for using on the road, but certainly more useful for using on the track, like we're seeing so many of these here today.
Car number 162 is Alan Mead and his Ellerton BMC, probably 1000cc. I'll look at the program. It's 1380, probably a 1275 engine bored out, enlarged, which is a pretty common setup. This is a regular Rob Roy Hill climb. Quite a quick car. Bit like an elf, like a clubman without the mudguards, etc.
How the owls?
Car number 661. Is Rick Scott and the Nota Fang. These cars were built in the sort of early 60s. Had like a Cooper S in the back of the car. You take it out of a Mini. As a Mini, you've got the engine in the front. They probably use the rear subframe out of a Mini and put it in the back and put the engine in the back for better weight distribution and better traction. Quite a fast car. Sort of a clubbing car in reverse, I suppose you might call it. As you can see, it's quite quick. We have an Escort Mexico. You could buy these in England, a replica of the cars that competed in the London to Mexico rally many, many years ago. They used the two-door body, which is stiffer, a bit lighter, big set of driving lights on it, good set of wheels, and away you went. This is obviously a replica of one of those cars. Lovely car, lovely paint job, set up really well. An Escort Mexico. Escort gets away quite quickly. Mark 1 Escort, are very popular in their day, especially the twin cam. I think this is a twin cam coming soon, I think. Car number 26 is an Alfa Romeo, the Giulia Super, or Giulia TI. These cars are very popular in the day, very fast car, 5-speed gearbox, all-round disc brakes. They're sort of boxy shape, but that belies their ability. They don't look, maybe they're not the most sharpest sort of body shape, but they were very quick. In fact, one of these cars won the Sandown 1964 and 1965, 2 years in a row, one of these things. Car number 66 is John Doherty and his Austin Cooper S. There's a Morris Cooper S and an Austin Cooper S. Same car, different grille, different badgie. That's what they used to do in England. Bit of badge engineering, as they called it. They changed the few minor cosmetics on the car and changed the name. This is an Austin Cooper S. In fact, many years ago, a guy called Ron Gross used to run one of these, an Austin Cooper S at Cold and Sandown in touring car racing many, many years ago.
Well, the first new car I ever bought was a Mini, and I couldn't afford a Cooper Mini. There was a long waiting list, but I wanted something a bit better than a standard Mini, and they brought out for a little while a car called a Sports Mini, and it had twin carburetors from memory and an extra exhaust system on it, and it was just a little bit faster than a standard Mini, and that was our family car. Oh boy, I took it in mud trials, I took it in sorts of rallies, we towed trailer with it, we put kayaks on the roof of it, loaded up with bricks when we were building our first house, and so on. It was a marvellous little car, and one of my tricks in a motor car, and if you had a wet paddock, was put it in reverse, roar across the paddock, throw the steering wheel and grab the handbrake, and it would spin like a top. And round and round and round it would go. But I believe that when they were first introduced here in Melbourne, they had a road testers day at Sandown, and they gave them all minis and said if you can roll one, we'll give you something special. I can't remember what it was now, but they couldn't roll the minis; they'd just slide across, and that's how safe they were. A marvellous bit of industrial design, fitting so much in such a small space.
Car 54 is the Mark 1 Escort with a twin cam motor. These are very good in motorsport for as far as racing goes, by Alan Mann, and he was a team owner in the city in London many years ago, and also a very great rally car. Got the 1600cc Lotus twin cam motor, and a very quick car. In fact, I knew a friend of mine who had one many years ago. He used to compete at Lakeland Hill climbing it. But that was many years ago, as I say. So this is a Lotus twin cam Escort. As you can see, it's a lot of go for the twin cam motor. It's virtually a Ford engine with a Lotus head on it. Car 99 is a Mark 1 Cortina. These are very popular many years ago. Most of them were 4 doors, of course, but this is a 2-door. This is a fairly rare car. Liam Reed. Mark 1 GT.
Well, one of the iconic Fords on the line now, Cortina, but this is the GT version, the upmarket version. You could get a cheap Cortina with basic sort of fittings to it, or you could get one and gradually go further and further upmarket. And England, I think most of them were produced at Dagenham in England, but they were certainly a landmark Ford for their time.
We have Graham Rubin, car number 22. This is an MGB GT V8. It's a modified car, but Graham drives this car very competently. Very quick car. They did build V8 GTs, only for the home market in England. A few found their way out here. They weren't actually an export model for Australia, but some did come out. Private, they would have been private imports, but nevertheless they were built by BMC. Had the Rover motor in it, a 3.5 litre rotor motor in it. It's a very fantastic engine. Yeah, it powered Range Rovers and many other car TVRs for many years. This is the very fast MGB GT, driven by Robin Bailey. This is highly modified, this car number 50. 5 litre V8, it's got a sequential gearbox, all sorts of modifications to make it quicker, and it is a very quick car. It's a regular in the MG racing. They have a class at Sandown and Phillip Island for just MG cars. All sorts of MG car makes and models. He's a regular competitor in Group S.
Well, I've had a whole lot of little children in front of our broadcast box here. If you've lost a child here today, you may want to come and look for it.
There's a few spares out there, Wal.
You as parents.
Got a few spare kids, you reckon, Wal?
But the great little group of kids in front of us bounces so full of energy and looking at the cars and bouncing around like kids do. So there's a whole group of them here. So if you've lost a child, it could be in front of the broadcast box, but they're quite safe because of the big steel barrier and everything. But they're quite close to the cars at the starting line.
Car 33 is a car driven by Darryl Cambridge. It's a 1959 Ford Anglia with a 105E with a Ford V8 in it. I don't know, the capacity is unusual capacity, 3,940 cc, so I don't know what V8 that is. He might be. Here's Vic Spiteri, his 1968 E-Type Jaguar, hence the number 68. Vic's a regular in regularity at Sandown and Phillip Island. He drives his car very, very well. Well sorted car by his company, VA Spiteri in Ashburton. This is a lovely car, and he drives. This is a very quick car and very well prepared, and he drives it really well. He's also got a replica Lister Jaguar, which he used at the Grand Prix at Apple Park just recently. That was the Vic driving the Lister Jaguar. As you can see, it's not sort of standard motor car. It is slightly modified. Here's Maury Harpen, the D-Type replica. I know a bit about this car because I built it many, many years ago. In fact, it took me 5 years to build this car. I started in early '68 and finished it towards the end of 2002. I thought I'd never get it finished, but I did. It's a bit of a marathon, but anyway, these things take longer than what you think. I was a regular at Historic Motorsport. He competes at Winton and Sandown. This car was at Albert Park. Maury was driving it in the historic car demonstration. It's a fun car to drive. It's all Jaguar. I've got a spectator. They want a Volkswagen move. It's I. Registration number is I. And then love. CUPPA. Your car is blocking someone in. Can you move your car? Your Volkswagen sedan. Registration number is I. Love. CUPPA. Can you move your car, please? You're blocking a vehicle in. This gentleman wants to sort of move and go, and he can't because you are obstructing his exit, I should say. So the owner of Volkswagen, registration number I love CUPPA. Can you move your car, please, immediately?
Thank you kindly, sir. See how that goes. Thanks heaps.
And we have a Datsun 240Z, hence the number 240. These are great cars. A friend of mine had one, used to use it in regularity. This has got a slightly bigger engine. It's got a 2.8 litre engine. My mate had a 2.8 litre engine. These cars are worth a lot of money now. A good one, you're paying $60,000 or $70,000. Old Datsun gets away very quickly. We have car number 124. It's a Volvo, like one of the later Volvos. Most of these had Ford engines, 302 Fords. A few had the 351 engine, the bigger engine, the convertibles. But this is probably one of the last, well, not the last car, but probably the last run of cars they built. In the Mark 7 Volvo, car number 124. I think this has got a Ford V8 engine in it. Yeah, 5,000 cc. Sounds like an automatic. Here's another Volvo car, 888. Ken Williams, Ford engine, 302. It's 4,950 cc. It's a 302. It's a regular historic motorsport now in hill climbing. This car has been to Rob Roy Revival couple of years now. It was here last year and it's here again. Lovely car, all fiberglass, a beautiful car. Made in limited numbers, of course, you can imagine. Not a lot of them around, become quite valuable now. Car 888, the Bolwell Mark, considered called a Mark 7, I think. There were Mark 4s and Mark 5s, etc. This is one of the later versions, probably the early 70s, I imagine. This is Max Pegram in the little car number 15. In the Gemini Ford, Formula Junior. It's got a little Ford engine, 1098cc. In the early 60s they had Formula 1s. Apart from Formula 1 they had Formula 2 and Formula 3 Junior. These were for people who didn't have a lot of money, couldn't afford Formula 1, but they could form Formula 2 and 3. So this is a Formula 3 car from built in England, Gemini, in the early 60s. They later went to mid-engine cars, but this is one of the early front-engine cars. Max uses this car in historic motorsport. You'll see them in Phillip Island, Sandown, other venues. Quite a quick little car, as you can see. Car number 23. This is Abby Wingett. The this is an Elfin Formula Junior car. Rear engine, of course, as opposed to the Gemini that's just been up there. 1098cc. Same as the Gemini. I think it's a Ford engine, a Ford Anglia. But this is mid-engine where the Gemini was front engine. Can't see the car at the moment, there's some in the road. Car 23. Car number 18. According to the program, this is Bill Atherton, he's MGQ type special, but it isn't. This number doesn't sort of appear to be the right number in the program. So I don't know, can't tell you what this car is. Have the car number 46. It's Rod North and the Cooper Irving Vincent Mark 5. This is a very famous car. At one stage it held the record at Rob Roy Hill Climb, driven by Lex Davison, I think it was. You might know Ron.
Yes, Lex Davison, as you say, he drove this car to a number of records up here. Hill Climb champion as well in that car.
That's what I thought, Ron, yes.
Yeah, it's got a lot of history, this one. Phil Irving, of course, put the engine together, supercharged the Vincent motor, and you watch this thing go.
Very quick, Ron, very quick. As you can see, a lot of power and not much weight. It's all about power to weight ratio. Car 113, driven by Matt Bann, 1949 Formula 500, Eddie Thomas Special. Eddie Thomas had a speed shop many years ago. He was into motorsport, of course, and modifying engines.
A 25.73 for Rod North.
Oh, okay, yeah, very quick, Ron, very quick.
Oh, yes, yes. Good on you, yeah. That's good.
time I came, it wasn't operational. And Phil took me up the steps that way, and I walked down there, walked back up. There was nothing else there at all. Nothing, except me walking down the hill. It's all a bit different today. I'm Edith Irving.
I know the name, I know Phil, I don't know him personally, I know what he did, where he's expert, he's fantastic.
Well, we've just got Edith Irving has just arrived to say hello, because she was watching that car just going up the road, which the North people have got with the Irving motor. That was, you must have worked so hard on that engine, Edith.
Pardon?
You must have worked so hard to get that engine going like that.
I don't think so. I mean, that was just part of Phil's life, making cars go faster.
He did it well too.
Yes, he did. He didn't do it too badly at all.
So you must have been coming to Rob Roy many years ago.
Yes, well, as I just mentioned, the first time I came, Rob Roy wasn't being used. It was just, there was nothing here. And my late husband Phil took me round the back way, and we ended up at the top of the hill, and I walked all the way down the hill and then all the way back up, and there was nothing here at all, just me.
Oh, amazing stuff.
So today it all looks a bit different.
My word, looks different to me, and I've been coming here for many years and competing here, but it's just a credit to the MG Car Club.
Yes, it certainly is. It's quite staggering, actually. I mean, I've been coming here for many years too.
Haven't we all? But interesting, the car that just went up there is one of the Leo Bates cars, and Leo Bates, of course, passed away just recently, unfortunately, but that would be probably about the quickest time of the day at 21.88. Yes. And that's a very quick time for up here.
Absolutely.
Mind you, the record on the, well, not on this revised circuit, but on the circuit before was around 18 seconds. That's for one of the English Bill Beams or a Gould car, which
yes, that's
very,
interesting.
very fast car.
Yes. Yeah.
We haven't seen those times for a little while. Mike Barker that's here, he was here just a little while ago. He's got some times down around that time, so Mike's going pretty quick here as well in his Haywood car. Well, it's nice to see you here, Edith, anyway, and you're still living around Warrandyte Way somewhere?
I've never moved.
No?
The only time I've ever driven up the hill was with Norm Beachy.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wow. That'd be a thrill.
It was, yes.
Oh, well, thank you very much for coming along and introducing yourself again, Edith.
Well, I heard you mention Phil's name, so I thought I'll have to come and say hello to you. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Good on you, Edith. Thank you very much for coming along. Enjoy the day. Well, there you go. You never know who's listening and who's watching around.
You never know, Ron. You've got to be careful what you say about how you say it.
Yes.
You've got to watch your
lovely.
language.
I have seen Edith on a couple of other occasions, but not actually spoken with her. So who do we have up there? That was John Hasty with a 30.61 in the MG. Hey, 30.61 in a MG TD is not a bad time up here.
It's quick.
Anyone that could break on the circuit we're using at the moment,
Yeah.
30 seconds is a pretty good time.
Pretty good time it is, Ron, yes. Yeah. Tony Volibert, a past president of the MG Car Club. He's modified MGB Roadster. 1.8 litres.
What was that? I don't think worry about us, I think.
903 is an MGB GT. This is Colin Walker, MGB, 1.8 litre. The GT is a lovely car. My daughter's got one of these, Ron. It's a GT.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
And,
bit ahead of their time now, they hatchback, etc., yeah.
you know, a bit of the sort of the Annie Orford for a while, didn't they? People thought, oh, no, what a GT, I want a convertible, all that sort of stuff. But they suddenly became quite collectible.
In fact, my daughter wanted a roast, and then she went to the GT, which I've got at home. I'm installing for the second time. She wants it because she's 48 now. She wants to drive it around, which is good.
Good stuff.
But you know, the GTs were lovely cars. Yeah, because you buy them in 6 and V8 configuration. Here is Rick Collett in the MGA coupe. This is a genuine coupe, not a roadster with a hardtop fitted. This is a genuine coupe. He's a very enthusiastic member of the MG Car Club. Does a lot of the IT stuff with Paul Sawinski. And he campaigns his car all the time, everywhere in MGA or MG events. It's a 1600cc engine, but it's a genuine coupe, not a roadster, with a hardtop. It's got wind-up windows, things like this, that the genuine coupes had. Away he goes. Very rare car.
Have the English people had their runs in it yet?
Race control, turn 1. Check turn 1. Photographer watching across the track. Finishing man completed 9 when he's clear. Roger that.
Seen you for a long time. Oh, you have not. Put yours there. Mr. Simmons, their commentator. I know you're at Benalla or something. Yeah. Wangaratta. Oh, just along there. Yeah. I didn't come and see at Sandown. A few weeks ago. I was with Sandown. No, November. No,
That was the MG TD. It belongs to Ken Hasty.
Just got it there. This is a famous bloke. He's supposed to be Channel 31. We've seen him every time we go to Sandown. We're always there. And he was a his name. Brett Reeves. Yeah, so you're settling in all right up there? You're in a unit or something. No, we probably have. Yeah, so we both. Oh, they can all get bloody 1.2 from one. Yeah, so your health's all right. Yeah, I tried to get Mike in. It's going to be fun. He's on the tablet, you knew that. Yeah, he's on the medication. All right, we could have a chat. We'll see it all. Another
Car number 9. He was the drum standards for the hours in person. silly things. He's on the Thursday, young kid went off the track, hit everything and didn't damage the car. Went the right, you keep it, you're out. It appears that I was on Friday, Saturday, and Friday, the drivers briefed again, they sort of laid the ball down and they said that Formula 1 in Melbourne is the only Formula 1 race in the world that has stroke cars. They don't want to lose it. Because then they want it. They want to take it over here. So I said, just be careful, there's no silly things.
Just that you don't get the full one. We do a couple of laps or something one day. And then they usually try to clear up some mess from the previous race.
That's what happened on the Saturday, Norrie, no, clean up, I was slow to clean up the mess from the previous race.
Yeah.
He only got about 2 or 3 laps behind the pace car. It's a shame.
Well, another one of the little MGB GTs gets away, getting blown up the track by the breeze. There's a bit of a breeze coming up from their tail end this time. This 906 is here again.
That might be one of the English competitors, I think, right?
Yeah, it might be. I think we've got some English people driving the cars, and I've got some information on them somewhere. I don't know who's driving. This is Joel Worth.
Yeah.
Is that the one?
That's it. Yeah, John Quinlan.
This is John Quinlan, is it? In the MGA cars, is Rick Collett's car, yes? Okay, so he's been driving all sorts of cars. For his first car was a 1996 Mini Cooper. He's raced all sorts of various sorts of cars. He competes at the Prescott circuit, and he's got MGTFs. He's driving MG of Rick Collett's car here today. He said the MGTF is boring against the MGA. A great car and so well prepared and pleasure to drive. That's from Richard Holdsworth from the UK. Now we come back to a bit of fire and brimstone again. Car number 9 coming on here is John Cager, is the Ford Capri Mark 1 328 V8. Now 308 V8, they had a pretty good 3-litre V6 in them at one stage, and they went pretty well then, but now we stick a V8 into one. Well, the Piranha, of course, was a South African model car, but this is not the shape of a Piranha.
It's probably a locally built car.
Certainly on a local. Oh, listen, that get off the line.
It's obviously a V8, of course, Ron, as you can imagine. But
right up on the rev limiter too.
Probably a local Piranha, so to speak. Coming back to the Ford, or the Ford GT, Falcon GTs.
Now we see John Bow standing over there having a chat with everybody. We think he was supposed to be driving one of these cars today, but I don't believe we've actually seen him in one yet. Maybe he's chatting too much. Anyway, I'll take his place if you like, but never mind. Okay, so another 64E is on the line. See the E on the side of the car there, 64E. In the early days, they used to run them in categories. You had A, B, C, and D. And
that's right, Ron, yes.
Like I had a Cooper S that was running as a Group C car.
Oh, yes, yeah.
And a lot of cars, the Valley Pacers were in that category. And in the day, we actually didn't race for class wins. It was actually by price.
That's exactly right. You're
so,
right, Ron, yes, yeah.
You know, Ford GT was probably, I'm saying, have a guess, somewhere 4,000 or something like that.
Yes, that'd
the
be
Mini
right.
Cooper S was $2,600.
Yeah.
So, you know, they had this sort of category. So you actually run for your class, not so much for outright. Outright, of course, if you can get it.
Yes, yes.
Out first, second, and
So
third.
the class came into it, yeah.
But then you had your class wins after that.
Yep.
So that's how that operated.
Yeah, Ron, the Sandown 6 Hour, when did that run? 1964.
60, that's 66, thereabouts.
The
sorry, yes, the first of the 6 hour race. That's
yes,
right,
yep.
when the Alfa Romeo won.
Yep.
So we're going back to about 1963, 64,
Yep.
somewhere around there.
And ran it again, didn't they, the next year?
Yeah, then they had another one.
Yep. The same car won it.
Alfa Romeo won it again, yes.
Yeah, the same car, the little TI.
Kevin Bartlett and Ralph Sarich was in it, all sorts of other cars, yeah. So
Ralph Satch, yep.
yeah, they had some interesting cars in those days. Lots of categories like Renaults, Peugeots, Morris.
All those, yes, yeah.
You know, Studebaker.
Studebaker, yeah,
All
that's the
I mean,
name.
Studebaker, look at his split for the first few laps and ran out of brakes.
Yeah,
A bit like the Lex Davison Galaxy
Galaxy,
thing.
yeah.
Also Graham Bailey's Galaxy.
Yeah.
And it nearly lapped the field in about 3 or 4 laps.
That's right, yes.
And
Lex, as alleged, was said, the bitch tried to kill me.
Oh,
when he
yes,
crashed
going
at
through the Peters
Corner, yes. Yeah.
Now this one here we saw before. A fair amount of fire and brimstone comes out of this car, 71. Gary Quigley, yes.
Again, phase 3, yeah.
This is a quick car.
Yeah. It could be a genuine phase 3.
Right.
351, of course, 5.8 litre. That's a quick car, Ron.
Oh, what a machine. That really got going, didn't it, up off the line? What did he get for his 11 seconds for the split? No, 12.86 for the split.
Anyway, a friend of mine, Ian Brown, of course, he's a good friend.
Yes.
He had a XW GT Falcon many years ago. It was a fantastic car. It was a great car, yeah. I drove it a few times to Bathurst with him, and it was such fun. It was Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. You could sort of just drive along and drop it in top gear at about 20 miles an hour. We could just floor it and get plenty of acceleration. Never forget that. It's fantastic.
Pretty amazing cars. I remember looking at his split in a Mark II 3.8 Jag across to Adelaide for the Grand Prix in the rally.
Yeah,
and one of the guys had a Falcon GT, and he came by and he just dropped it into top going past us at 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, that's right. They were so good.
Just to show off.
Yeah, they were so docile. If you wanted,
Yeah.
you could sort of idle along, and they were great cars, yeah. Here's the XT, I think it is.
Tip it upside down.
I'm going to get rid of the rubbish bin here.
Stuart Parry did a time of 29.16. I think he lost about 2 seconds of it here at the start line, but anyway, that's the way it goes. Very nicely presented GT here as well, one of the plainer sort of cars. Oh, very nicely off the line. This is an XT Falcon GT 302 V8. Oh, smoke in the bags as we go up the hill, through the dusty little bits there, up towards the finish line. Going to be a pretty quick time, this one. Around at 29.43. Broken to 30 seconds. 29.43.
Shelby GT 350 replica. May not be, maybe or maybe not be a replica, but it's a lovely car, just the same as a very quick car too. Because Colin Shelby, Carol Shelby built these cars as race cars. You could buy them ready to race.
Yeah, well, these actually not called a Mustang, were they?
No, you've got to be called. You've got to
Yeah,
be called
GD 350.
Yeah, Shelby GT 350. There's a few proud owners.
Wow.
A few people who own them, if you call them just a Mustang, they get it. Their nose out of joint. They don't like it. It's a Shelby
Get
GT.
the old wet
350.
tramp ticket across the nose, eh?
That's about it, Ron. Yes,
Yeah.
you do. Yep. We have no number in this car, not that I can see. Could be on the other side, which doesn't sort of help it, unfortunately. Yeah. It's a XY Falcon. Got the scoop in the middle of the bonnet.
The old shaker.
The shaker, yeah, that's right, yeah. But we don't know what number it is, who's driving the car. Unfortunately, we can't help you.
Well, it's certainly not John Bauer because he's still chatting over here.
Right, yeah. Oh, very quick though. Very quick GT Falcon. Most of them are, of course. There's no such thing as a slow GT Falcon these days. They're always all quick. This car's '65 early Mustang. This is Paula young lady who, not so young now, who held the record.
It's an automatic, this one.
Yeah.
Just jiggling it back and forwards to get in the line.
Paula Estrick or Elstrick.
Unusual, running quite high profile
They
tyres.
are, you're right, yeah. They're
And
quite big, yeah.
Not lowered down like a lot of cars, very
No.
street legal looking.
They do look a bit when they're a bit lower, though, I have to say. Funny, my son had one of them. My son did. It's almost like a drive. So it's bloody awful. It's a car of its time.
Yeah.
I think the Mustang has been fantastic.
Yeah.
Given a HD Holden to do a Mustang.
Yeah.
40-year-old, bump steelers, the whole
Now, Paula didn't really have much fire and brimstone off the line, but I think she's going to get into about the low 30s anyway, 32.28. All that fire and brimstone like the others were doing. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you, Josie.
Bit of naughty food for you and I. Now, famous car on the line here, car 17, the old BWA. Oh, and it popped and farted and carried on and stopped.
They call it a BWA. It was a common saying that the BWA stood for bloody work of art.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, actually, what a shame he didn't know the rule because he could have stopped and had another go.
Well, that's right, yeah.
Anyway, that's the way it goes.
Yeah.
I reckon Ronnie Townley would be sort of shining up at the top there, so get on with it, son.
Yeah, he would, good old Ron, yes, he would, yeah. It's Paul Cook in the La Francis Special.
I don't think he's got a time either. I think the time's not working. He might get another run.
Still a few cars in the hill, Ron.
My word, yes. I love that display of the old T-models over there.
Yeah.
I hope those with the gravity feed petrol tank can start again.
You said, yeah, they might not go, yeah. They run dry before they even get them going, yeah.
Running backwards down the hill, that'd be right. Okay, so I'm not sure about Paul Cook with the BWA. It only got 8:10, but we look over here. It says 22.86. I don't think that's right either.
Nathan Tasker in the Singers 9 Sports. Looks like it competed in the 1934 Australian Grand Prix, according to this.
Yeah, Singer cars were, they weren't all that sort of popular, but those that did go, they were going the little Singer 9s.
They're very good, yes.
And of course they had the Le Mans car, which was built for Le Mans in France, of course, at the famous La Sarthe circuit. And they did pretty well in their day.
They did for a small capacity car, the engines, yeah, they were very good.
And probably for the day, I reckon, a smarter looking car than the MG of the early times.
Well, that's right, yes. Because the AGP was run on the handicap system as well many years ago, in the 20s and 30s.
And Phil Memory, if you're in the vicinity somewhere, would you like to come to the commentary spot, please? Phil Memory, if you're about.
He might have spat the strawberry.
Here's an interesting car. This is car 28. It's the Ford Model A. Now, this is Sterry. Now, I was at Wangaratta looking at some houses about 12 months ago, and these cars came in on a rally. They were driving these things out on the road. So fantastic things to do a tour in. And all the cars that I saw that day had to be driven by ladies. So everything from this model car to Morris Minors and all sorts of things. So great to see the car. It actually had a little bit of an offer seeing yesterday in a photograph I saw on the Google Face thing. Typical sort of old, sort of A model Ford, sort of putt sort of motor, but it got terrific torque. Now this is should be David Bell, but I think it's someone else.
Robert Osborne, yeah, in the Railton. Light Sports, yeah.
Robert Osborne?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, okay, Robert Osborne on the line. This is the owned by the Bell family. Richard Bell originally had this car. Richard used to whiz up and down the hill pretty quickly in this old car from years ago. Runs a Hudson motor. So the Rolton cars all had Hudson motors from memory. There's a splash-fed crankshaft, which was always a bit iffy.
Old. Yes, yeah.
Because they didn't quite get enough oil at high speeds.
But it worked, yeah. Yeah,
But-
as you say, the chassis and body were built in England, but the engine was an American Hudson engine, yeah.
Most of the Roltons, of course, had a lovely saloon-type body on them.
Yeah, they did, yes, yeah.
But people made them into specials like this one.
A lovely old car.
I've seen David drive that car with a fair bit of verve
Yes, he
over
does.
the years.
Like his WRX, yes.
I'm not sure he's got his MG here today. I saw David Bell's name somewhere. Sure I did. Here we are. In the MG TATM Molina special.
And
So car 999, or is that car 666? Are you in trouble?
If it's upright, it's 999, right?
So that is, where are we?
Ford Model T, boat tail racer.
Mick Murphy. It's all Mick Murphy.
Mick Murphy.
Mick Murphy's at the wheel. Okay. There was the old motor chuck. Here we go. Oh, wait, a bit of wheel spin. Oh, well, that has got a fair bit of poke off the line.
It certainly has, yes.
Tell you what,
Oh,
the
yeah.
torque it got off the line is amazing.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Where are we going? Split time of 13.84. And so this is going to put him in the sort of 30s, mid-30s, I reckon. Let's see how we go.
The BWA again, Ron, the little France.
Yes, I think you got a false start there before.
Yeah, BWA, as I said, it's commonly called the bloody work of art.
31.57.
Gee, that's amazing.
That's pretty good. Now you ask about the BWA. It was Barrett, White and Ashton that built
is that
this
what
car.
it is? Yeah, yep.
That's how it came about.
Yeah.
And what a marvellous machine. It was originally a sports car, but Gib Barrett, the brother of Elf Barrett, the Grand Prix winner
I know
from
the
years
name,
gone by.
yeah. Yep.
Let's see if you get it right. That's better. Most unusual offset driving position in the BWA for some reason.
Yeah.
Something to do with the way the steering cranks down.
Maybe, Ron,
to
yeah,
the
wait,
steering
set
box,
up.
I think.
Who knows, yeah. Who knows? This is Doug Sterry in the Norwood Ford V8 Special. No doubt it's probably side valve Ford, a lot of these cars were.
Uh, 33.38 for the BWA. New camera? Is that a new camera?
Here's the car number 16 is Graham Raper and the Georgia Reed Monoscape Ford V8 Special, again a side valve Ford V8 engine. This car is very, very quick for what it is. Built in 1948. Probably got a 3-speed gearbox, have a Ford truck or something, and back axle, these sort of things. But
A 25.49 for the old Ford V8. And here's Graham Raper. There he goes. I have actually driven that car, and I tell you what, I take my hat off to the way he drives it so quickly. He's very fast in that car, mate. The old George Reed Monoscape Ford V8. And he'll be in the low 20s with this car. Let's have a look. 24.27. 24.27, not too bad. Now here's his lovely wife, Louise Raper, in the Socal Special. Again, a side valve motor, side valve Ford V8. And Louise just loves driving this old car. Socal being from the Southern Californian area, that's where its name comes from. And away it goes. Oh, I've seen it going up there pretty quick. That's about as quick as I've seen Louise go up there. And she's gone through for a split of 12.80.
We've been handed a set of keys for a Honda, car keys for a Honda if you've lost them. We're at the commentary area, so come and get your keys, because you don't come and get your keys, you won't get very far on the way home. So these set of keys.
Okay,
for a Honda.
Sorry, a 27.67 for Louise Raper. Nice time. Car 25 here too. This is the Dodge Special, Hardwick Dodge Special, driven by Paul Dougherty this time.
This has got a great sound, Ron. Probably a side valve Dodge engine, I imagine. Yeah, 1938 Dodge Special. I'd say it's probably a side valve Dodge engine. Here's Philip Gray and another, again, Ford V8 Special, side valve Ford. Got quite a few of them here at this meeting. The old side valve Ford or side valve, side whacker engine, they say, some people. Ford side valve engines. Very, very popular because they do respond to quite a bit of modification. You get aluminium heads and all sorts of things for them if you want more power, more go.
Well, these cars are actually in the Arthur Seat class, the Historic Sport Special, the racing cars. Got quite a few cars in that category. Away he goes off the line, a lot of wheel spin. Up into second gear, nice change in the second. Pulls it up around the right-hander. A little bit of action, all nicely on the edge of the road. Down he comes over the gully. Heads up along the Skyline corner. Sweeps it around nicely sideways. Oh, a little bit of a grip there over the top of the curb he goes. Picks the apex. Oh, beautiful time. 25.545. That's a good time. 25.55.
They're more than happy to have you, do your normal thing.
Okay.
And there'll be a couple up on stage handing out stuff, all right?
So we're doing it down there somewhere?
Yeah, down there at the stage, yeah. So thank you.
No worries. And what a beautiful car this is, the Allard, car number 41. It's one of the Smith cars, I think it belongs to Graham Smith. And 4.5 litre, 1950 this car was made. And I quite like the idea of an old-fashioned looking car with a big V8 stuck in the thing.
I was talking to the owner, Ron, at Albert Park. It's got a overhead valve Cadillac engine in it.
Right.
Because he's,
and through the line for 26.64.
Here's Bill Redpath in the Redpath Oldsmobile Special. His father built many, many years ago. He's never had a body on it. So Bill doesn't want to sort of change or modify it in any way. Got an Oldsmobile engine, overhead valve V8. Sliding pillar front suspension for Lancia. Got a Lancia diff, but although not the actual centres of a Lancia, it wouldn't take the power now, the torque of this Oldsmobile engine. This is quite a quick car. In fact, he does times in about the 25-second bracket, which is very fast for what it is when it was built.
If we can leave the camera on, we've got a camera right up at the end of the straight, the finish, and I want to just show you only the small length of time they've got to pull these cars up. You watch Bill heading up towards the finish line now. He goes through the finish, and there you are, not very much before you hit the tyre barrier up the other end. So it's a pretty tight finish. In fact, they've modified that 3 or 4 different times. There used to be a gate at the top there, which was left open in case you ran out of brakes and you could keep going right through. So that gives you an idea of the pulling up area. It's not very far.
Funny, Ron, you should say about the gate. My best two times I did when I went through the gate.
Oh, right. Okay.
The gate was open and I went through it in a cloud of dust. I did my best times there. But it's all been closed, as we say now. You can't do that.
I'm amazed they pull up these pill beams in the Goulds. I mean, they're doing 18 seconds through the quarter
I
mile.
don't know how they do it, Ron.
And it's 160 kilometres an hour.
Yeah.
So they're really going fast.
I don't know how they do it, no.
And in fact, we can actually time, for instance, Ray Sparr going up the hill now. We can say he's done a 13.92 split, a 105 kilometres an hour over the finish for 30.09. And even in the cars that I'm going up in, normally doing that speed, and I'm thinking about trying to pull the thing up at the
That's
end.
right, Ron. You've got to you can accelerate. You've got to think, I've got to stop this thing now, yeah.
Phil Membry, if you're about in earshot, I'd like to make your way down to the commentary box, please.
So these are for after the end of the competition. It's a passenger ride. John Humorous is the Mary Convict and Tracy. So 2 passenger rides. Double PA.
And I still have some car keys for a Honda. Anyone has got a Honda and you want to think about going home later on, well, you need your car keys, otherwise you can't go anywhere. So still got these car keys to a Honda.
I must thank the catering ladies too for the lovely chocolate coated strawberries. Very Moorish indeed. Don't forget, at the end of the day there will be a presentation, being presentations of trophies. Presentation trophies down on the main stage, down in the big paddock down there, so that'll be nice to see. Come and give everyone a congratulations for their efforts for the day. Andrew Watson now on the line in the Fritz Norton Special, the MGTC 1450 cc's. This car has been around for many, many a day. For some reason it's got a Jaguar badge on the front, but never mind.
Actually an original Tigris emblem from the MG Car Company.
Is it really?
Yeah, Tigris. Yeah. They have them on the pre-wall pass. Quite rare.
Yeah, I see.
That's a real one.
This was like a Jaguar for me.
Yeah.
Tigris. Yeah, I remember that. Maybe
first.
they did. Might have had it first. I think Phil's deserted us.
I think he might have, yes, yeah. Yeah, he was, a while ago, though, yeah.
That last car just launched the noodle and it's down on the track. Take your turn to replace. Finish line all clear. Finish line just waiting for retrieval for the noodle at turn 2. Turn 2 is clear. Thank you, turn 2. Points, the track is clear.
Sorry, Danny? Well, that's Ian Pryor going up, that lovely MG Sebring MGA, 1961 Sebring type car. The Sebring was a special race they used to have in America where you could modify the cars quite dramatically and have a race, particularly that sort of category that used to run in, as is probably the Austin Healey's. They would have been fairly up the front in those days. All these cars drove against Ferraris and Maseratis and all sorts of cars in a day. But notice the windscreen is now flipped back. You can have the windscreen straight up and down or on a little bit of an angle. Very racy. Away they go. This is Christine Crombie in the Healey 104 BN2. think they went in sort of being 1, 2, 3 and 4. I think they went up number 4 after a while. All the different modifications they made to them. Starting out originally with 3-speed gearboxes, then 4-speed gearboxes, electric overdrive, all sorts of nice things. Oh, well, wait for it. Very, very rude. Absolutely. My word, yeah. Thank you, darling. It's probably in there somewhere and I'll fix it up. Thanks. Now these little bug-eye sprites, they started off many a person's racing history in these little cars. Car number 128, which is the car that is being driven by Mike Dorr. Now, I was told that Mike Dorr drove this car here 60 years ago. That is a long time. Absolutely. So, a well-travelled and well-driven driver.
How old is Mike then?
I don't know. But anyway, so we don't ask those questions here. It's all taboo to ask the questions. Away he goes. Nice whine of what sounds like straight cut gears to me.
There's a fabulous car at the I still have some keys for the Honda at the commentary point in the Octanda. So, as I said, if you've lost your keys, come here and see us and we'll be able to give you your keys back for your Honda. You'll need them to go home sometime unless you're here in another car and then just another car at home. Keys fit, but anyway, we've got some keys, car keys, ignition keys to a Honda. Yeah, as Ron said, maybe a couple of front door keys or side gate keys or something anyway. So I've got some keys to the Honda if you've lost your keys.
I haven't found.
Yeah. Ron said if you don't come and get your keys, we'll go to the car park and start pushing buttons and we might set off some car alarms and all the lights will flash on and off, yes.
Oh, yes. What an interesting car this one is, the Zephyr. Well, it was the Eclipse Zephyr Special, actually. Built by Norman in 10 weeks he built this car. Prior to the 1955 Australian Grand Prix. Truly an amazing piece of engineering. 2.3 6-cylinder overhead Ford Zephyr motor. can at 45 degrees, so that's why it's nice and low. And watch this thing get off the line. Here he goes, revs up, away he goes. Now, the other car that was built by that gentleman, Alfred Norman, is here today as well. That's the twin-engine Ford V8 Special, if you like, the big 16 number over there, 16. And Darren Visser's going to be having that car. That's going to be taking 2 special passengers up later in the day, near the end of the day. So that's going to be pretty exciting to see.
I can't wait, Ron. I can't wait.
I hope that the mayor's taken his Quell pills for the day,
Well, I hope
because
so, yes.
that's what he's going up in that car along with another person. So we'll look forward to that at the end of the day. 25.79 for the
Very
Zephyr
quick,
Special.
yeah.
That's getting down into the Graham Raper times.
Well, it is, yes. It's Jeff Welsh in the Pratt, which has got a Repco headed grey Holden motor in it, and has always had that. Because Pratt comes from the letters of the 2 builders and their second name, Pryor and Adams, PR and AD, Pratt.
I don't get seasick, but I could get terrified. I'm scared of her driving, so I'm not sure.
Oh, right, okay, fair enough. You'll enjoy it, I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah. So the Pratt Holden, Gary, did a 26.29. So all those cars in a 25, 26 mark.
Well, quite a quick class, isn't it, Ron? Yeah. 55 is a Austin Haley, driven by Christine Crombie, now the name Crombie, of course. Well-known competitor. This is a 104 BN2, which I think is the last of the 4-cylinder cars. Good to see one of our lady competitors out in there having a go. And away she goes.
Oh no, here's Andrew Clayton. I've got a bit of a hang stuff on him. His brother Marcus came down and said, you've got to say some kind words about him, but I can't find any. But anyway, he's a lovely guy, Andrew. He drives a 6-cylinder Holden engined MGTC and loves getting the thing out and about. Road registered, drives up and down the shops, takes kids for rides, for charity rides and things, Christmas functions for people, and just thoroughly enjoys his motorsport. Got a number of other sort of cars he drives, but likes to bring this one out. And Marcus, of course, when he's about, is usually driving a pretty quick Triumph Spitfire. So the Clayton family have been in the motorsport for quite a while. So revs are up, away he goes. Gets a nice little start. Pulls up into second gear, gets around the old tin shed corner, as we'll call it today, so it's a historic meeting. 12.89 for the split. He's usually pretty quick in this thing. It's around the 26s, I'll say. Let's have a bit of a guess at the time. .60, not too bad. Not shabby, as they say.
Not too shabby, Ron. That's a pretty good. As you said before, if you get below 30 seconds, you're going fairly quickly. Anytime it's below 30 seconds is quite a respectable time. Car 139 is the Jaguar Special, Glenn Shepherd, Mark 7 Special, 3.4 litre Jaguar motor. It's certainly a Jaguar. Here's Phil Stafford and his Fiat Special, the replica of a 1925 or thereabouts Fiat. got MGA brakes on the front of it, things like this. It's got a red Hold motor in it.
And it's club registered. That'd be fun going down to get the bread and the milk, wouldn't it, that one?
Certainly would be, Ron, that's for sure, yeah. In fact, this car's only just been, it's its first event, only just been finished.
Okay, David Reed on the line now at car 150. This is the Vopar Repco Holden and David Reed driving it today. Beautifully presented motor car. Along the lines of a Cooper, perhaps of the day. Fitted with the Crossflow Holden Repco engine. Very, very fast motor car, this one.
Doesn't sound too Holden, does it, Ron? The noise it makes, it screams.
Yes. There's not exactly very much in the way of a muffler on here,
No, they're very small, aren't they? Quite a quick car, and it makes a lot of noise and also a lot of power. Here's the Nala Holden, car 77. Another Holden grey motor. Laid on to about 45 degrees on its side with a blow in the front. I've seen this car many years ago compete at Calder, just in purple.
Just showing how old we are now, Gary. We're doing these cars when we saw them brand new.
We are, Ron, yeah, we are.
I don't remember it being in that hot rod sort of colour, though. Maybe it was something else. Have another run. Stop. Have another stop before the white line. Oh, no. He could have had a go.
Been given a bit of trouble all day, which is unfortunate. Car number 4 is a little Bowl Hillman Imp. The Bowl Imp motor, yep. This could be a Mark IV Bowl, one of the early ones, built in the early 60s. Little Bowl gets away quite smartly.
So we're into the Colin Grove class. Colin Grove is a lovely hill climb over in South Australia, just nestled around in the Barossa Valley. And it's been going since about 1952, the Colin Grove circuit. And so it's a very famous people drive there, but this category is mainly made up of the Elfin Streamliner type cars, that Bolwell Hillman Imp that we just saw go a moment ago, which did a time of 30.98. So he's getting along okay. So some nice cars in that category. It's actually got Monaro MG. Car 85 today is another Elfin MG Streamliner, Colin Sullivan, running a 1600 motor. They often run MGA style motors.
How you going, Ron? Good, mate, good. You looking well? Got me job, escorting all the old people around.
double parked though, you did. You certainly
I'm
did.
double parked. I'm getting recharged at the moment.
You were the car.
Oh, the car. not me. I'm fully charged.
Okay, so that was Cole Sullivan just left the line, and he done a nice 28.46 for Cole. And yet another streamliner. I don't think I've seen so many Alford streamliners pretty much in the one spot for a long time.
I agree, Ron. There's been nearly
Great the effort to get all the cars here.
Oh, lovely cars, yeah. All built around the late 50s, early 60s by Gary Cooper in South Australia, yeah. All very similar in power plant, etc., yeah.
Because the one we're missing, which they won't bring out unfortunately, is the late George Spanos car.
Yes, the coupe, yes, yeah.
So George Spanos had what they call the GTS.
One off,
and it's still sitting in the garage, still for sale.
Is it? Yes.
And Alex Spanos says you've got to be very special to come and see it and all that sort of stuff. But anyway.
What sort of money are they asking, Ron?
How deep are your pockets, sort of thing.
Yeah,
you know?
one of those situations, yeah. Which is unfortunate, but anyway, that's the way it is, yeah.
Anyway.
Not going to give it away, that's for sure.
Keeps getting fettled by one of our friends, so still runs, does everything right. But
yeah. Yes, as you know, it's a one-off. It's a lovely car, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Only one in the world.
Yep.
So we turn to 88. This is that lovely little Mark 6 Climax engine, Lotus. Paul O'Connor at the wheel. And plenty of elbow grease going into polishing that one up each day.
Certainly would be, Ron, yeah, with the aluminium. When they polished aluminium look great, don't they? They really look the part, yeah. Like that Fiat that we saw run before, the old replica of the Fiat.
Now Alan Mead on the line with this Elson BMCA. Now he had a bit of an off earlier today, so I hope he keeps it on the circuit this time. We don't want to see our street sweepers jump to their feet to have to do anything. So 32.74 there for the Climax Lotus before. As I said, Alan's quite a tall guy. He kind of sits on the car, not in it. Progressively got this car going a lot quicker. Over the top he goes, down over the causeway. Up and over the top he goes. And keeps it on the track this time. Very nice job. Now, it's pretty quick, this thing. It'll be in the mid-20s. 26, yeah, 26.27.
Car 66, so 661, Ron, is the Nota Fang. A bit like a club in reverse. The engine's at the back.
Yes, they run a pretty much a mini rear end.
Subframe, that's what I thought.
So
yes,
it's a mini engine, 1275, because Rick Scott was a guru on all things to do with Mini Coopers in the early days.
Oh, right, yes.
He was Peter Manton's mechanic and Richard Knight and many others. See, it absolutely leaps off the line. Oh, I might have missed a gear there, but hasn't been running for a while, and he hasn't driven competitively for a while, so he's still going pretty well. So he goes up over the top of the causeway, he's gone. Around the sweep, it just picks up the apex very nicely. Seems to be slowing down a little bit again, but anyway, he's pushing on. And we'll see a 30.59. As I said before, anyone breaking a 30 seconds or thereabouts is going pretty quick.
Maybe had a bit of drama half up the hill, Ron, because I think that car's capable of going below 30 seconds.
Oh, absolutely, my word, yeah.
Next is the Escort Mexico.
Yes, Gary Bashford at the Mark 1 Escort.
Which you could buy in England.
Yes, I don't think they actually sold them here. I might be wrong.
I don't think so, Ron. I think you're.
Yeah.
I think you are right. Yes.
I actually drove a 1300 one of these in the UK, which was just a cheap car I bought it today. But No one sort of thought too much about them at the time, you know, but anyway.
They didn't know.
Quite collectible
In
now.
fact, Bib Still's son, who when he was about 18, they imported a 1300 GT Escort.
That's right.
Yeah. In which he drove, and the Light Car Club had a club rally one night and he crashed it.
Oh.
He told me it was a Saturday night, yeah. Michael Still, yeah. And when I sort of spoke to him a few years ago about that, he remembered. He said, yeah, I rang Dad about 2 o'clock in the morning. He wasn't very happy about
No, he would not.
me.
Getting Bib out of bed at 2 o'clock in the
That's
morning
right.
would have been nice. Anyway.
I won't say what words he used, but he wasn't very appreciative, no.
Anyway, 27.02 for the Mexico Escort as we look at Peter Fowler now on the line. Peter's well known, of course, for the building the late Brian Thompson cars, the Mercedes-Benz and other cars they've had over the time.
Because the car he's very famous was the Volkswagen, the sports sedan that Brian Thompson drove.
Very smartly off the line. Then we do a 14.44 for the split. Not as quick as some. So he's going to be down in the 23s, 24s. No, I'll put the Moz on him. There he goes, just through for a 30.56.
Car 54 is a twin cam Escort. Very competitive in England and Europe as race cars and rally cars. Very competitive. In fact, Frank Gardner drove one for Alan Mann one stage, I think. A very, very fast car, the old twin cam Escorts. The original had a 1600cc twin cam motor. The forward or bottom end was forward and the Lotus twin cam head plonked on top. Car 73 is a Datsun 1600, commonly called a Datsun 510 in America and other countries. We know them as the Datsun 1600, a fabulous car. 1600cc single overhead cam engine, independent rear end. These cars are used for rally cars for many, many years. They're unbeatable as rally cars in Australia. So the old Datsun 510 or Datsun 1600, great car. Very hard to come by now because a lot of them are sort of rusted away. Rust preventative wasn't very good, but to get hold of one now, you're doing well. Hang on to it, don't sell it. Car 99 is the two-door Cortina. I don't.
David Brown just went off the line. He did a 25.97, a pretty quick time for a touring car. So with the Datsun Triple S, David drives that in Group N touring car racing. He does pretty well. So we've got 99. I think this will be the car of Liam Reed. It's actually Les Walmsley's car. Les Walmsley's here somewhere today. Les drives that car pretty quick, but he's given another young bloke a bit of a go at it, Liam Reed. So we'll see how he goes. All right, at 27.07 for the Cortina. Not a bad time at all. Getting down to the Russell Mead times, isn't it really?
It certainly is. It certainly is.
Okay, a bit more fire and brimstone on the line now. This is Robin Bailey in the MG V8. That's all we can call this one because, man, it has got some power. It's running a 4.9 litre engine.
There's not much MG V8, Ron. It's got a 5-litre engine, it's got a sequential gearbox and all sorts of other goodies to make it go quickly, and it does, of course. It's very quick. Car 22, not in the program, is Graham Ruby from Geelong. His MGB GT V8.
Slightly different to the one that just went up.
Yes, chalk and cheese, Ron.
Which is actually a 24.68 for Robin Bailey. I thought, 24.68 is going to be pretty much the quickest in that category, I think.
Well, it is, yeah.
And this thing will be a pretty quick shopping car too, won't it, Gary? It's got a fair bit to get up and go.
Oh, yeah.
Looks fairly standard.
Yeah, but he drives it very well too.
Aftermarket wheels on it, but it looks pretty good.
I think it has some minor modifications. It's a lovely car, yeah.
And now we're going for a time of 25.61 for Graham Ruby. Not that far away from the bigger, heftier sort of V8 actually, which did a 24 something. So be happy with that. It could be about a second in his class, I think. Now, we haven't got Russell Mead here today in his little Ford Anglia, but we've got car 33 leaving the line. That is Darryl Cambridge, 3.9 litre V8. That's a poke in that one. And 25 seconds exactly. Pretty good time. Here's a popular guy. This is Vic Spiteri. Vic Spiteri with his E-Type Jag from V&A Spiteri, the Jaguar specialist down there in Blackburn. And Vic has been running this car for a long time. It's a 4.2 litre. And you just saw this thing get off the line. Sounds absolutely glorious. Getting himself settled in the line. A bit like us. He's no spring chicken, but he just loves his motorsport. Fitted up with the wheels that he actually imports into Australia. Gary, you might know about those sort of wheels.
It's a replica of the D-Type wheels, yes, Ron, yeah. They get all sorts of goodies down at V&A Spiteri, yeah. As you say, Vic competes in the motorsport in regularity at Phillip Island and Sandown. He's very, very good, very, very quick and very competent. Very consistent in his lap times. I don't know, Vic could be my age or a bit older, and I'm getting on, of course, I'm old. So I don't know how old Vic is, but he's very good. It's a well-prepared car too, of course, with Jaguar specialists.
Oh, nice chirp in the second gear there.
Yeah.
What do we say, Gary? Just checking the splines? Well, what about this one? We'll be checking the splines on this one tonight. Make sure they're still going.
Hope I don't have to check anything else.
For those that don't know, this is actually Gary Ball's car. Gary's my co-commentator for the day, and he's let Maury Harper have a run of his lovely D-type Jaguar long-nose Le Mans car. They put the aerial thing on the back to try and get stability, did they, down the long straights?
They did, Ron, yes, because they were doing about 190 miles an hour at Le Mans in the, at the straight.
Brave people.
Very brave, yeah. And at night time, when it rained and lousy headlights, it would have been very difficult. They're very brave drivers here. Very brave.
And apparently fewer than 75 D-types were made. Pretty amazing. Is that running a Jaguar gearbox?
No, it's not. No. It had a Jaguar gearbox, a 5-speed, but that wore out. It's got a Toyota Supra gearbox in there.
Toyota motor?
Toyota Supra gearbox.
Oh, Toyota Supra, okay. Oh, they're big 6-cylinder engines, so they probably take the power okay, yeah.
There's a different Toyota Supra gearbox, some are better than others.
Yes.
Have more power. That's a good one.
Yeah. Oh, fantastic. That's good to see. Anyway, Laura Murray did a 28.57. Nice time. Watch the old T-model Fords make their way off the slope down there. Fantastic to see all those cars here today.
They're going the right way.
Well, as I said, a lot of people don't know. Some of those T-model Fords had a gravity fuel tank. If you got to a very steep hill, you had to turn around and go up backwards, which was make things pretty exciting. I love the sound of those 240Zs. They make a beautiful sound, don't they? That's actually the 1973 one belonging to Michael Hill. And he's on the circuit as we speak.
Thank you, finish line 4.9.
And Max Pelgrim did a 29.29. Now, one of our lady competitors on the line, this is a junior VHRR member. This is the Elfin, driven by Gabby. And she's going pretty well in this category. And Abby Wingate in the Formula Junior, Elfin, 1962 model. Another one of Gary Cooper's cars. And Gabby's been having a lot of fun with this car. Way she goes off the line very smartly indeed. Bang, into second gear. Really pushes that thing pretty hard. Down over the causeway she comes now. About to go up the skyline. There she goes. Picks up the apex of the next corner very nicely. Right over the ripple strip. That's good to see. Over the ripple strip for the next time. And over the finishing line for a time of 25.42 at a speed of 117 kilometres an hour over the line. Pretty quick time, 25.42. That gets her pretty much in that category. I think she's must be the quickest car of that category. Lyndon Arnell that's on the line in that Formula Ford at the moment. It's an Elfin car. And a 24.07, so he just pipped Abby Wingate. 24.07 at 25.42. And here we are, a very famous car on the line. This is the Cooper Irving, of course. Rod North driving the car today, the Cooper Irving Mark V Vincent. Now just watch this thing get off the line. It is a rocket. Not quite as quick as he has been, but pretty quick all the same. The split time of 11.90. So this is going to be in a pretty low 20s, I would say. A good time. $25.39. $25.39 for Rod North. Speed of 105 over the line. The young Matt Van on the line now in the ex-Eddie Thomas special. Eddie Thomas, I know, people will know, a speed shop man from years gone by. Very fast drags driver. But he built this car many, many years ago as a bit of a project. And has that shimmy in the front wheels. We're not sure what that's about, but anyway, it shakes every time. It seems to keep on going. Matt must know what the shimmy's all about, but anyway, gets us a bit worried. A 31.96 for Matt.
We still have a set of keys, car keys for a Honda. And I can say they're a Honda because I've got an H on the actual key, but there's no identification numbers or no registration number, nothing like that. So I've got some set of car keys for a Honda, maybe some house keys. So if you've lost your car keys and your house keys at the commentary area in the Octunda, they come and pick them up. Car number 188 is the Falkenberg Jinx by Mark Atkinson. Got a 500cc Kawasaki two-stroke engine. That's why it blows a lot of smoke and it's noisy. It's very quick. Leo Bates, he built a couple of these cars with Kawasaki engines in them. 500cc triples. Leo Bates had a motorbike shop in Preston. As you see, a lot of smoke. They're two strokes, that's how they get their lubrication. The oil's mixed in with the petrol, lubricates all the main bearings.
Race control to Charlie 1.
There's another one of Leo Bates, the Cyclo. Again, another Kawasaki triple, 500cc engine. Car number looks like it's 263. Darren Visser, Bates Cyclo 500cc. We've got a 750cc Kawasaki engine in it. Looks like it's been re-engined, bigger engine, more power. As you can see, a lot of power and no weight. Gives you a very good power to weight ratio, and that's why they go so quickly. The bikes are very quick too in their day, the Kawasaki triples. Very quick bikes.
Have instructions from Charlie 1 to have you get organised for the demonstration. You're aware of what's happening? Race control to pit marshalling.
I do, yes.
Pit marshalling.
You're going to leave at 4 o'clock, right? What's the time now? It's my grandson's birthday. Oh, I've got to see him before. Got to get into that. And he's going to, then his parents are going away to Japan for 2 weeks. Oh, right. How long is the boy?
Race control
He's 14. Oh, yeah.
That's the end of the event run, but there are going to be a couple of demonstration runs to follow, so stand by for them. Race control, can we allow trailers to enter the pit now? Who's calling, sorry? Head marshalling. Have to check with Charlie 1, stand by.
So I saw the skyscraper just laid out.
Finish line received. Race control to Charlie 1. Go ahead, race control. Marshalling seeking permission for anyone wanting to bring a trailer in now, or do they have to wait till the end of the demonstration run?
We live in a very safe, in that respect, a very safe country.
Well, they had an earthquake down the bottom end of New Zealand the other day too.
Did they? Another one, yeah. Looking for a pair of glasses. No,
I'm still wearing mine.
Got some car keys there if you want them. Take them.
I want some keys there. We found some keys. And a Honda.
No one else, they don't know what's going on. Announcement.
It's an earlier Honda because the
Is
new
it?
ones are different.
Right, yes, yeah. Yeah. Maybe they're the car keys for the Honda that's at home. They come in another car, I don't know.
Just another call out for somebody that has a Honda around the place. Your keys are here, they're not in your pocket. So if you've lost some keys for a Honda, they're down here at the commentary box or commentary area. Otherwise, we'll be raffling them off later on.
Well, could be, yeah. Just the volume is small, the volume, I think.
Charlie 1. This will be Jared Feather in that car. It'll be 2 runs in that car, different passenger each time. So when we're done, that'll be it.
Okay, we're going to have something a bit special, and Darren Visser has got the big twin-engine Ford V8 special thing about to get going. yet. Darren Visser's going to get the V8 engine car going somewhere. I don't know where he is with it. Oh, there it is over here. Now, we're going to have John Damaresso in this car. He's the mayor of Nillumbik, and he's going to be a passenger in this car. So if you want to get your cameras out. It hasn't exactly got the best lock of all time, believe me. It has got first and second and reverse and big truck tyres on it.
White dust coats are returned when they return their radios, please.
And furthermore, all officials that are wearing white coats, please return them along with your radios.
Now, Eldred Norman made this car originally, so I don't know quite where he is. He's coming up towards the start line now. So we want some cameras going to get the action, this one. This is a special car, this one, 2 V8 engines, and driven by Darren Visser with the Mayor of Nillumbik on board. I asked him before he'd taken his quells, but he's looking pretty excited about the whole deal. They're only going to do a demonstration run.
Guys, one at a time.
Starter, we received that. Race control all officials, the first of the second demonstration runs, car now on track.
Well, there you go, a bit of history going up there. The car that was originally built by Eldred Norman in South Australia, and it was a very fast car for its day. Imagine driving around a racetrack. Man, you would have wanted to have gone to the gym for about 3 weeks before. I think it's going to do 2 runs. There's a lady getting a drive as well, or a ride. So great to see that. I hope you had your cameras going, folks, for that one. So don't forget, there'll be a presentation very shortly. Give the crews time to clear up and do different things, get gear back in order, and we'll have a presentation down at the main rostrum with John Bow will be down there with me whilst we do the presentation. So just stand by until we get this next run with the Ford V8. Is the lady going up with it as well?
At the finish line, just go with the arrows.
That's been terrific coverage, guys.
Has it helped you?
Yeah, so who ran the company? Or?
Yeah, my business.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
That's fantastic, Paul.
Yeah.
I like your effort. Yeah.
You couldn't see me, but you could hear me.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
So do you do
Yeah, mate. Hey, this Panasonic. No, I've got to replace it. How do you get the sound? It's being rented out. I had to get up there with the agent there who knows something. I come from here. I'm here until later. How do you do that? How do you do it then?
Did you have a bright light?
Oh, that was the interior light.
Where are you?
Where are you?
Now, I'm not sure if the twin-engine V8 is having another run. There was a lady apparently going to have a drive in, or ride in it. He's come back in, I think, up the top. We must make a big thank you too to all the officials, everybody that got this event underway. What a fantastic effort. A lot of people think, oh yeah, we just started getting it ready in 6 weeks' time, but it's been going for 12 months, the organisation. And as soon as this one finishes, they start organising the next one. So that's the way it goes. So the car has come back and maybe not having another run, but we'll just see anyway. We'll just wait for a moment. But yeah, it's a big thank you to everybody that helped put the show on. The TV guys put a fantastic job on, Paul and his group of guys. Elvis is here today, giving us a hand. So fantastic effort. All the officials up the track side too, way up where we can't see them working, but they are doing a lovely job up there. So as I say, there'll be a presentation in a little bit longer. Okay, so the Mayor's partner is having a ride in the Eldred car. This is the twin-engine car. That was the last little bit of the day to...
Got a clean feed. You have? Okay, thank you. Still date and time, but got rid of that crap off the screen. Oh, you got your phone. Hang on, I'll throw it in there for you. See what you think. There you go.
Okay, if you want to get your cameras ready for a little bit of a shot here. See you, mate. All the best.
Hang on, you've got to be gentleman.
Oh,
Put your
sorry.
hand in your pocket.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Good on you. Okay. Oh, well done, guys. Good on you. So you're all together with the show?
Yes.
Oh, fantastic. Good on you. That's well done. I saw it on the screen earlier on. But
Yeah, we see us now.
we did,
Even
yes.
better.
Fantastic. Done a lovely job. Enjoy the day. Amazing.
Oh, it's been fantastic. Yeah.
And are you car enthusiast?
Definitely.
Oh, okay.
Vintage cars especially.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Yeah, it's been a great day.
All right, well, we're going to the presentation shortly. So. Down at the main
Today.
Glad you enjoyed it.
It's been great. It's been a very good experience.
It's put on by about a committee of about maybe a dozen people, I suppose.
Yeah.
Like I said before, start again tomorrow. We'll start organising next year. Next time, yeah.
Would you be part of that meeting?
We're in Zoom meeting the other night.
Yeah.
I could only go Wangaratta, so I'm not exactly sure.
Go around the paddock. Wander around and
Enjoy.
put that means good work.
We want to go there. Are you going there this year?
I moved back there in 2007 was the last time I was there. I did other hill climbs at Selsey Walsh Hill Climb and Prescott. Prescott's the one that's sort of associated here with Rob Roy.
Yeah.
We've had the English people here driving cars just today. We loan them cars to drive.
Yeah.
And we do the converse. People go from Australia over to England to drive cars to Prescott.
Very good.
Prescott's sort of our sister.
Yeah.
Both the oldest and the son.
Yeah.
The oldest bitch lines.
Yeah. Who do we speak to about, because we're happy to promote, the next year's event, being with, competition and stuff. Who's the right person to speak to,
Well, probably through the MG Car Club. Website there, the MG Car Club.
Okay. I'm Miss Aquilina, and there's Mr. Luca. That's our pin-up names for the fun of it. Yes, I do. You want to follow?
Not too good on Instagram.